time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity.
G'day ladies and gentlemen, welcome back finally to the ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur MENA Qualifier. It has been a long time between drinks here on this channel, but we're ready and raring to go for our upper bracket final. Danog, mate, this is the special one. This is the spicy one we've been waiting for the entirety of this qualifier. It is going to be Team Falcons taking on PSG Quest, and we get to see out of these top two teams who really is going to be the favourite heading in towards that grand final, that qualifying spot.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling that this will be a rematch in that grand final. Of course, best of 3 now, best of 5 when it does get to that point. So who knows? Maybe they'll actually keep a few things hidden. Not that there's too much left to be hidden. We've only got a few days left of this patch. We know November 20th is the big day until an E-patch, a letter patch, not another patch, but you know what, I'll be happy enough if they just, nerf the Charging Cowman, nerf the Shadow Clone Horseman, all these sorts of things just gotta go. But, well, they had different paths towards this phase, didn't they? The Falcons came up against Winter Bear, and Winter Bear actually lasted for about as long as I predicted, right? It was 43 minutes and then 30 minutes in the 2 games, but there were some unforgivable misses. One of them letting the Bristleback and the CK and the Weaver through, and an AA when you have gone literally 5 heroes that rely on sustain. So, a few mistakes coming through. We can see Quest, even them, valuing the Razor Band going up against Tamar.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's kind of one of those player-preferred kind of respect bans. You have to kind of throw the Razor out there, especially with the way that the kind of off-laner hero pool does work out. I think Razor can definitely have a few good lanes when it comes to that off-lane, so it can be something you have to really be worried about. So Quest are going to get rid of that as well. They're going to get rid of the Weaver, which has been something that they have been throwing onto Crit throughout the entirety of their series. So the first kind of glimpses that we saw of Team Falcons was Crit was playing Weaver, they had Amar on Bristleback, and they had Skitter playing the Wraith King, and then it was really, Snaking and Malrine who were the ones that were changing up throughout the series.
The thing is, Skitter can play that Weaver as well. That's why it has so much value, and clearly that is just something that Quest don't want to be worrying about at all. Same sort of thing with the Muerta, right? Anything that has that flex potential between the position 1, position 4, just get rid of it. It just makes your drafting phase so much easier when you're not having to worry about so many different possibilities.
Exactly, and I think one of the possibilities right now, Falcons, they have the choice. They can either get rid of the Bristleback here and first pick it themselves, or they can try and go for something a little bit different. We've been seeing, obviously, a lot of Grimstroke recently over a lot of these different matches. The Phoenix has been banned out as well. Maybe something along the lines like a Centaur could be a little stronger. It's really kind of in Phoenix's, Falcons' court about what they want to try and go for. And they're going to get rid of the Dazzle and open up with the PB. Okay.
PB&J coming through here for Team Falcons, and I'm liking it. You know, it has a little bit of flexibility, right? You can play it 2, you can play it 3. We've even seen position 4 Primal Beast occasionally. It gives you that little bit of flex that you're needing, and I think that's going to be very important leading into this second phase of bans. It just comes down to how do Quest want to address this. Do you go something that does percent damage to deal with him later on, or do you go something that's going to lock him down earlier? And it looks like that's going to be the case with the Earthshaker being picked up.
Yeah, it seems like that is kind of the laning option that a lot of these players try and go for, right? Up against the Primal Beast, you've got that extra bit of damage coming in from the Enchant Totem. So I like it so far. I think this is going to be a very, very tight series when it comes to the back and forth. And seems like both teams are well aware of the hand that the Falcons have already revealed in their previous series. I don't think Quest really revealed all too much, right? Because they had pretty different heroes basically every single time. I think it was mainly only the Weaver. Yes, it was the Weaver twice. That was picked twice. So it seems like that's probably going to be a high level of contention, whereas they basically had everything else. Centaur's still floating around. Treant Protector's still in the pool as well. There's still a lot of really good heroes for both these two teams to pick up.
You gotta know what's coming, though, when that AA ban comes through, though, right? It's gotta be something that has a crap ton of lifesteal. Most likely the Bristleback coming through here. I mean, again, they've gotten rid of a little bit of percent damage with the Phoenix. They've already picked up the Primal Beast for themselves. And if they let the Bristle through, you just know that Team Falcons are going to be able to snap that one up for themselves.
Yeah, and they definitely can kind of, I don't want to say run over the top of Quest, but they can definitely make it so you need this overwhelming amount of damage to be able to take down these heroes. So we're looking towards Quest here to try and, I'd imagine, get rid of the Bristleback and try and pick up one of their own heroes, try and deal with this Primal Beast in being able to lock him down a little bit earlier on so he doesn't just freely run around the map and connect with a lot of these side lanes. They are probably looking towards maybe some of these other heroes. There still is the Kunkka that's left around in the pool for Quest to try and get rid of. Maybe they want to try and go for that themselves in these lanes. It's not really any of these kind of standout, straightforward, kind of broken heroes. I think Kunkka and Bristle are the two that are really coming out to me right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a little bit of versatility left. I mean, they're taking a long time to be able to make this ban happen on Quest Esports. And, okay, they want to get rid of something that provides a little bit of flex. Of course, Primal Beast, you know he's able to just charge in super early on, not needing too much. And I like this. You know, we've seen Cowrie go these real lane dominators in the Tusk, the Treant Protector. Enchantress kind of fits that mold, and it is also that counter to the Primal Beast. They're basically saying, look, if you want to run, you know, this Bristleback even, it's a good amount of damage that you're able to dish out against it. And you could just run away if he tries to really just ball his way down.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of circling back to what you were saying about the lane dominator, right? It kind of, these heroes like the Primal Beast and the Bristleback, yes, they're very, very good later on, but, you know, they're also great laners. But if you're able to mitigate that by having a very, very strong laner yourself, then that's where you're really able to kind of get the advantage over the top of some of those very, very strong heroes. But they're just going to pick the Dark Willow themselves, so another hero that has really been able to show their prowess recently with a lot of the magic damage. They're able to put out flexible hero as well. I think that's the big thing for a lot of these teams right now is having the flexibility, being able to move these heroes in different ways, shapes, and forms. But Treant Protector, very straightforward. Another lane dominator, very, very good at keeping these towers alive. And now we're going to be seeing this kind of team fight versus a little bit more of this individual faced coming in from Quest Esports.
Yeah, and I quite like Falcons' lineup, right? A lot of the issues that I've been having with some of the teams that have either been in the lower bracket or knocked out already is that they pick, for example, supports that do a lot of the same things. Dark Willow and Treant Protector are not those things, right? One of them really wants to stick in the lane, is a lot more durable, can frontline a little bit more, whereas Willow can afford to get a little bit greedier, is a bit more of that burst damage dealer, and can, you know, start to roam around the map a little bit more effectively, rather than being a bit more stagnant like the Treant Protector tends to be. So I quite like this. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of this Primal Beast and Dark Willow going around together with each other, just with that Bedlam being able to be launched out onto the Primal himself. It's just a crazy amount of damage that they're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, it seems like they've got their kind of gank pairings together already, right? But Luna is the response here from Quest. So this is a hero that we've been seeing kind of have a little bit of a resurgence. She can play extremely fast, I think is a big thing here for Quest. So it looks like they're kind of going for a little bit more of this lane domination and kind of trying to ball up and hit a timing, right? Where they've got like a Shadow Demon, Luna kind of combination, then an Enchantress who are really able to kind of just walk in and ball up and take some of the towers. But Team Falcons, they're just going to answer back in kind with the Kunkka. They were ready to press that Kunkka button no matter what the pick was coming in from Quest.
Man, they are really focusing on this Primal Beast here and being able to counter it, right? With all sorts of offensive dispels, whether it be the Enchant or the Demonic Purge. You're not going to be able to charge, sure, but there's nothing really worthy of breaking right now with the Shadow Demon to be able to get towards an Ags. And it feels... Yeah, maybe you're able to build up stacks. That feels kind of nice, I suppose. But a Kunkka pick just feels great, right? It's just so much more sustain. It's another hero that you've picked up that isn't really going to deal that % damage to be able to get through. Treant Protector already makes things really hard to kill. Dark Willow, Shadow Realm, and Primal Beast and Kunkka just have insane strength gains. So I quite like this Team Falcons draft so far. It's just how are they going to be able to address the Luna is my big issue.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for me as well, right? Where it's like they've got these tanky boys that are really able to kind of do a lot of stuff early on. They can get their early blade mails, they can build in towards those hearts, and they can really be kind of tanky and hard to put down. But if this Luna gets kind of left alone and TA2000 just gets to, take a lot of these stacks and just gets to kind of ball up and walk towards these towers, it's going to be hard for them to get that initiation and get that kill early on onto the Luna, especially without, they've got the disruption behind them. They're going to have an Earthshaker in the background as well. So the question is, where is the damage going to come from them in this mid-game towards something like a Luna when she starts to tank up with her own BKB?
It's a bit of something that Skidder does like to play a fair amount. I really wouldn't hate seeing a Spectre from Team Falcons. Okay. You know that there's going to be a Primal Beast and Dark Willow roaming around looking for kills. That's why they ban it out, right? It's just, you just need to find the Luna. The big thing that I'm really looking for in Team Falcons is how are they going to be able to set up vision to be able to find where exactly TA2000 is looking to pick up a lot of this farm. You know that there's going to be stacks built up inside of the triangle by the Shadow Demon. You know that the Luna's going to be taking those, and you know that you've got heroes that are able to address that in both the Kunkka and the Primal Beast, being able to yoink that away. So you can both steal her farm as well as take her life with pretty good ease, I would say, with the heroes that they've got right now on Team Falcons.
And that's why, what you're saying about the vision as well. I think that's why I like this Naga Siren ban, right? You can constantly just keep pushing out these lanes, and then it just means that if you don't see some of these heroes, you kind of get a little bit more of an idea about where they're sitting and where they're hovering around. So, nice little ban from them. So, Team Falcons, I wouldn't hate to see them ban like another one of these aura offlaners that can really kind of allow this ball up to keep going. I think Beastmaster was probably one of the best ones. Maybe something along the lines of like a Tidehunter could also give them just a little bit more of this team fight and lockdown to try and play around with. He's really good at being able to take towers with the Meteor Hammer as well. And there's not all too many heroes left in the pool that you're going to be all too worried about. They're going to be able to counter the Luna as well as the Tidehunter at the same time.
I wonder if they're even just considering still going the Wraith Killer, to be honest, right? Yeah. Like, the glaives bouncing around onto all the skeletons doesn't really feel like that much value, It's going to be dealing the damage to them instead of heroes in a lot of these team fights. And, again, it's one of those heroes that does like to buy the Blink Dagger. And if you're able to get onto the Luna, especially early on, before she's able to get a lot of that tankiness, that beefiness needed to be able to just stand and fight, becomes a whole lot more challenging. Nope, Terrorblade instead. All right, I was thinking, obviously, it's a classic Luna counter, but with a Shadow Demon that you're going up against, makes it a little bit more challenging, right? You just use the disruption onto even an illusion, and it just feels incredibly effective to be able to have that ability to turn the fight back against Team Falcons. But clearly, they're just feeling very confident in it.
Yeah, kind of just wanted to play around the reflection as well, right? It just seems like they should be able to, pardon me, hit their own timing with this Terrorblade. Oh.
I know, it's late. But what have we got to come through to be able to take out this Terrorblade in the laning stage? We're assuming that the Earthshaker isn't going to be played in the off lane. I would also assume that much. But, in terms of magic damage dealing off laners, Beastmaster and Timbersaw are probably 1 and 2. Yeah, Underlord's a little slow-ish, I would say. It does give you that percentage damage that we were kind of wanting, and as well someone else that's able to stand in front of the Luna and allow you to just actually, right-click once you've got that Dragon Lance plus Manta Style picked up for the Luna. So maybe you're right. Maybe it is going to be an Underlord sort of avenue that they're going for here.
Yeah, I think he's probably okay.
That's
Panda. Yeah, I like the Panda as well. It's kind of it fits
Illusion
the same
clear.
vein. A lot of magic damage. Illusion Clear is able to kind of just, if it gets to the point where some of these heroes are starting to get very annoying, you've always got the Wind Panda to kind of just throw them up into the air and deal with them a little bit later on. So it is a nice little pick there coming in from Quest Esports. I really like both these drafts. I think they've both got two different ideas about how they want to try and play the game, and this game number one. And I think think it all really kind of comes down to some of this personal execution. You know, if TA2000 is able to have a pretty good game and get a lot of this farm rolling, then they can start to take over the game on the Luna. But Team Falcons, they've got a pretty straightforward, clear game plan, right? Like, they've got strong lanes with the heroes they have. They get tanky on their two big cores of the Primal Beast and the Conquer, and then Terrorblade just does Terrorblade things.
Yep, gives you that little bit of ghost push as well, right? Just use the illusions to be able to shove out lanes, make sure that you're not really putting yourself in harm's way too many times. So I quite like the Falcons draft. You and I haven't been fortunate enough to be able to catch any Falcons games. We've been casting Quest and the likes of Winter Bear along the exact same timing. So I'm keen to see how it is. But for this game one, I'm slightly favoring Falcons. How about you?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to agree with you as well, right? Like, I think Falcons, they've just got themselves a lot of these tanky heroes that can kind of do a lot of damage, where for the other side of PSG Quest, they kind of have... They really need Noob to do quite a lot on this Urshek. I think this is one of those mid laners for me that is really kind of feast or famine. Like, it can be such a good hero, or it can be pretty mediocre and feel like a support. So I think for Team Falcons, they've definitely got an easy way to execute this draft, but there definitely is potential for a big snowball coming in from PSG Quest. So
yeah,
I'm excited.
The lane's going to need to go amazingly for them, right? And, you know, Cowrie was our MVP of the previous series that we saw Quest perform in. So, you know, I think if they're going to be able to get a W on the board here, it's going to need to be him on his Enchantress putting in a lot of work, not just to be able to dominate the lane, but to also potentially open up the map with some pushing into those early tier 1 towers. And I mean, it's a rough ask to be able to do that into a tree and protector as well. So Cowrie, if there's anyone that can do it, he's a pretty damn good Enchantress.
Exactly, and I think both these two teams are going to be putting their best foot forward with the drafts that we've got here, so I'm very, very excited for us to jump into this series. Matt, I hopefully are able to get our full 3-game series this time around and get to see something special out of this, especially, you know, obviously this is another time that Amar gets to play against his old team in PSG Quest, and we'll see how it's going to pan out this time around. Both teams level 1 running in. Let's see who's going to come out.
We saw the exact same thing happen, and yeah, Quest were the ones that did this in the previous engagement, right? You know you're going up against a tree and protector. You've got to try and take out those trees as quickly as possible. So what do on Falcons? They just roam as a full 5 to be able to protect that. They really want to just give all of that over. And, well, the tips are going to start to come out now between Amar and Omar. Why not?
Just trying to make sure that they're getting into each other's heads. I think there's going to be a lot of chatting and a lot of tips, especially towards and against Omar, I think. They're going to be the best place to be able to see if he can continue his position for shenanigans so far. I think even Amar is definitely going to be copying a whole lot of these, but nobody's gone down just yet. Everybody is just kind of just poking around, just trying to get the vision that they need to, so we'll see.
Maybe he's just trying to get his tips out the way, Amar, you know? Like, he just needs to make sure that he's fully focused on the game, because this will not be easy at all.
Just spam more. No tip back, see? This is what I mean. Amar's already...
Later. Oh, I love it. I love that ad. So, man, I know we're going to get tripped up by the fact that it's Quest.Amar as well while he's playing on Falcons.
Yeah, there's too many things to look at. I think not most of the players, but there's a lot of players that definitely have old tags. I know that's something that's been around for a very, very long time that takes a while to change, is like players' tags.
Yeah.
Maybe it changes.
Especially now that they don't really need to register for the DPC, right? So it's like, when is it actually going to change?
When does it even matter? It matters when casters like us will complain about it, Matt. That's when it matters.
And that's what really matters, what we think.
I'm sure the players are going to listen to us.
Yeah.
There'll be a twit longer about it later, it's fine. Alright, let's take stock of some of these lanes and see how they're going to be rolling out. So it seems like Omar and Malik, they should have a pretty strong lane in this bottom side to be able to put a little bit of pressure on the Skidder, but it's all about snaking. I think he's going to be a big positive or a negative influence on this lane. If he's able to just constantly be in front of Malik and just kind of punching away at him, it's going to be hard for the Panda to get into the face of the Terrorblade and kind of force his presence in that lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why Skidder, a lot of the time you see Terrorblades go that level 1 Metamorphosis just to make sure that they're able to secure a lot of those early last hits, that they're able to take away a lot of the farming potential. But you really, Snake King's the one that's able to do that, and the thing that's going to enable him to be up in Malik's face is the reflection, right? Skidder's just spamming it off cooldown right now. Only 35 mana, you may as well just use it at every single possibility, start to burn a lot of that regen, and you're always going to come out on top on the resource trade with the Tree and Protector with the Leech Seed.
Yeah, exactly. Just constantly being able to run it out is always the best part in the lane with the Tree and Protector, but Looking towards
Now,
mid
it's
lane.
level 2. They've got to be careful as well, though. Like, with that meta now available, there's the potential for a kill to happen on this bottom side if they're not too careful.
Yeah, if they get caught in the nature's grasp, it can be very spooky. We'll have to wait and see where first blood does happen. Malrine versus Noob in the mid lane. Looks like it's going pretty even, Stevens. You'd imagine this between both two melee heroes that love playing against melee heroes is a kind of weird way to put this matchup. Both of them have their strengths, both of them have their weaknesses as well, and I think it's going to be a bit more player-focused rather than hero-dependent this time around.
Yeah, Crit was just pinging on the top side because for whatever reason, that hill troll camp that he was trying to pull into the wave, perfect timing, Carry was zoned away, and they just stopped moving the creeps for no reason. And he's like, what is going on here?
I feel like that happens more often than not when you're watching some of these players do it. There's just the weird AI coming in from a lot of the neutral creeps.
Oh, this could be a kill.
He's in trouble. Does not have the
mana
mana for the Nature's Attendants.
Yeah.
Alright. He's fine for now.
But they will zone him away from the ever so valuable Lotus pool. It looks like it's going to be Falcons picking up both. So in terms of what we were talking about, the laning dominance, you got to say it's going to be a W to Falcons so far.
Yeah, it definitely has been. Just a little bit of that extra kind of CS going their way. You can see
Little deep here, Malrine, in the mid lane.
Ooh. I don't know if they have enough. They do have another Enchant Totem coming up here. How much damage do they have? Malrine, it's a lot of stacks on that Shadow Poison. Is it going to be enough there for
One
an
more?
Omar with a 4 more? Should be. No, it's not. He's going to have enough to get away from that pesky little Shadow Demon. So Malrine's going to be okay.
Even on the way through, Omar made sure to yoink away that bounty rune as well, so he wasn't going to be able to get any sort of bottle refill, even if he did get away. So very nicely done. Means that Noob's going to be able to open up a little bit more of a lead inside this mid lane. And that's what they need, right? One of the big weaknesses for, I would say, Quest's draft is that they are pretty cooldown reliant, right? Like the Primal Split, the Echo Slam, Eclipse less so, but you just have a look at what you're going up against on Falcons, right? Like Kunkka doesn't really need all that much to be able to get kills happening. Yeah, early on Ghost Shift has a relatively long cooldown, but Bedlam does not. You know, Primal Beast spells do not, so I'm really expecting them to be the ones being the more of the aggressor early on.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of a big positive note for PSG Quest that Noob's having such a good start here. He's having the best start out of all the PSG Quest members, and this is where it's really going to make it easier for them to try and play towards this mid game. And speaking of playing, Malrine is doing some shenanigans. He's been pulling these creeps quite a lot, and that's how he got himself stuck in an awkward scenario before. And there's a lot of creep pulling that has been happening recently between a lot of these two teams. So
he's just stacking up both waves to be able to trample them both at the same time. Perfect timing.
Smart. Efficiency. Love to see it. Nobody's gone down just yet, Mr. Danog, so this is where I'm going to pull on your years of experience of casting Dota 2. Where do you think the first death is gonna appear? In your professional opinion, where is it going to happen?
Top.
That's unfair because you saw TA2000 was extremely low.
I said it before he died. How does it matter?
All right, I'll give you the +1 on that one.
Easy prediction.
The next one's going to be harder, trust me. But TA2000 going down. That was the first rotation coming in there from Snaking as well, and you can just see Skidder just got himself to a good enough lead where he's been able to kind of happily just stay up against Malik, and now the supports are going to make their rotations. You can already see the amount of damage that they can do up against this small little Enchantress. And these Screen Protector rotations have been so important coming in through the Twin Gate. Oh,
yeah, has to be a little careful here. Oh, mid lane though.
This is a kill going the way of Noob, but with TA2000 up here by himself, I thought that was going to be the point of contention for Team Falcons.
Did force a TP through from Crit though, so you got to say that they probably don't feel confident in being able to go for that dive anymore. There's way too many creeps in this mid lane to just let go by the wayside. Tons of experience in Crit, leading the creep wave away from the tower as well, making sure that that siege creep is going to go down nice and early.
Yeah, so they don't lose out on the towers, because that could be a big thing. Snaking, though, he's been found out by Noob. He's going to have another Enchant Totem in another couple of seconds. It's going to be enough damage. The Screen Protector, a little bit too deep. Was just trying to be pesky and try and get some of this vision down. Did steal one of the watches, which was nice, but
Amar getting gone on a bit here.
they don't have a way of cancelling this TP. TA2000 already using the Lucent Beam. So he walks away, gives them the high five as well. So Gets out scot-free, and right now it's starting to lean slightly towards Team Falcon. There still is going to be some fights for these Wisdom runes, which is going to be very, very important.
I mean, the big thing that I noticed was up until he just cleared out that creep wave, Malreem was a full 2 levels behind Noob. It's just the one at the moment. He's finally got up into his level 6, and I would have to imagine he wants to be able to make a play happen up towards this top side. You've just picked up the Wisdom rune on your Dark Willow. You've got a Conquer with the X mark into the Torrent. That's plenty of control to be able to really just start to cause a lot of havoc for TA2000.
Yeah, they're starting early here. The X marks into the Torrent. They don't even throw the Torrent, and it's just mainly... Oh, that's a beautiful Fisher coming in there from Noob. That saves TA2000's life. And that's a rotation you want to see from your Earthshaker.
He's playing so well already. Top of the net worth, 2-0 and 0. Clutch rotations coming through. And only 600 gold towards that Blink Dagger remaining. So he's having the perfect start, Noob.
Yeah. If they're able to connect that on a TA2000, that's when you can see Malreem really just start to take over this map, right? As the Primal Beast, he starts getting a little bit more of this gold, starts getting a little bit more of the experience, and TA2000 isn't able to just sit back and freely farm the jungle like he is right now. And this is a good little start from PSG Quest. They still have to try and mitigate the impact that this Conker's going to have, because I've seen multiple times where Conkers just have these free games and they just get towards this Blade Mail, they're going towards the water park, and it's like, you get towards that mid game and it is so hard to deal with a Conker who's just got all this armor and all this HP.
And you're going to have a lot of unavoidable damage coming through, right? Whether it be from the Echo Slam into a Blade Mail or just the Glaives bouncing around as well. Yeah, you've got a little bit of lifesteal on TA2000, but it's very, very challenging. As a nice use of the Metamorphosis, they're probably going to be able to take out this tower, or at least do a significant amount of damage to it. The one area that I'm feeling a little more optimistic about Quest, though, is that you are playing with the Luna on the Dire side, so you've got that Mighty Minds buff, 7 HP regen, so TA2000 is able to get farm, and Kaori is able to do it as well.
It's a big fight going towards bottom here. They're going behind the tier 1 tower. Snaking wants to try and go in and get the kill there onto Omar, but they don't get it, and he will be able to survive just a little bit longer as well. Malreem has already used the Pulverize, and Malik, with a beautiful bit of Micro, has been able to keep both of them here at bay. Do they have a way of stopping this TP? They don't have the damage, and they don't have the TP cancel, especially with Omar going down to the Ancients. There was also a scuffle just before that happened where Noob walked in and Echo Slam crit, but he was fast enough on the fingers to get away from the damage, and nothing really happened from it. Now, though, he might be
not
in trouble,
fast enough this time.
Especially picked up Blink Dagger. It is more than enough for Noob to get that kill, so PSG Quest, they just had to wait until they got all of this experience, and now they are really starting to put Falcons on notice.
Radiant's middle tower
Absolutely.
is under attack.
So, with this, Malreem hasn't been able to connect on any of these ganks so far, and he's sitting extremely low on the net worth, below Malik, who is having such a rough time in that off lane. So things start to get dire for the Primal Beast, right? You really want to try and see a lot of these connections happen, especially when the counterpart in Noob is already at the Blink Dagger timing. Is it going to start to get spooky for Team Falcons very, very soon? Pulverize goes in towards the mid lane. A beautiful fissure once again there coming in from Noob. They want to try and get this conversion onto Malreem, and it is already one Shadow Poison looking for the second. They don't hit it there from Omar. It looks like they should have enough to be able to walk away with the Piggy Pole as well.
Yeah, just 20 seconds left until the Echo Slam, so not wanting to go overly deep, and you just see how much of a difficult time the poor Primal Beast has into both the Shadow Demon and the Enchantress. 2 ways, well, 3 ways effectively, to be able to stop that charge coming through. Demonic Purge, the Disruption, and of course just the Enchant on its own.
Yeah. It is very, very hard for him to actually get these connections going, so probably going to be looking to try and play through players like Omar, who are getting very close towards that Blade Mail. They're coming towards the top side with Skidder as well. We've seen this quite a lot from a lot of these carry players. And it's transition out of the bad lane and going towards the good one, claiming a lot of tier 1 towers.
I was about to say, are they considering fighting top? Because you got Echo Slam, Primal Split's coming up in a couple of seconds, maybe just wanting to secure that Hand of Midas for Malik before that all happens, considering the relatively rough lane that he had.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good to have that catch-up Midas as well, right? You know, they're losing out on one of their tier 1 towers, but they're probably going to lose that anyways. As long as they're keeping space for TA2000, I think this is more than fine and dandy. Now I'm just looking to see where these connections will come for the side of Team Falcons, right? They've got the Blade Mail up now on Omar. So he's going to be in a very good spot to be able to try and continue these fights going. Malik doesn't really want to fight just yet. Wants to try and utilize his Hand of Midas a couple of times, get a lot of this extra experience going in his pocket. And Snake King's going to try and be that pesky tree protector with the Nature's Grasp, just to be able to keep the creeps off the tower for a bit.
They really want to protect this tower. Like, there's a few Falcons players down here on the bottom side. Skitter's farming around, doesn't have the most mana to be able to play around with, but I feel like they really want to just keep this Tier 1 TP available, and TA2000 as well. He doesn't know it, but he's avoided a ward that would be scouting out his positioning while he's farming a lot of these ancient stacks. That was a point that I was just about to touch on. Like, these wards placed down by Falcons are really good by Snake King and Melreen to be able to cover a lot of the ancient stacks, but TA2000 has just completely avoided them by farming up towards the north side. They have no idea he's doing this, and he's getting away scot-free.
It was a massive stack as well. It was a 4 or 5 stack, right? So you're able to deal with the Tier 1 tower in the bottom side. And I think, you know, speaking of some of the vision, a lot of this deep vision coming in from the side of PSG Quest really kind of puts them in prime position to be able to play towards this bottom side. They know exactly, you know, that Skitter's not going to be in this main sort of jungle, and now they're going to try and make a go for in the mid lane once again here. Noob found out crit, isn't able to connect onto the Echo Slam. They will just catch out the Primal Beast one more time, a little bit more damage to try and take down this Dark Willow. They get it done. Terrorized, though, comes back out here onto Kaori, so he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. They will trade support for support. Probably a little bit more happy if you are the side of PSG Quest, just because you actually converted on a kill after using the Echo Slam.
Looks like it'll be another tower being claimed though, so should be a one tower lead in the favor of Falcons. And again, this is not what Quest wants. The Luna takes a little bit of time to be able to come online. Yes, if you have a really good start, you can just ball up and go as an entire team, but to me, it really doesn't feel like you can move on forward until you've got that Manta style and probably the Dragonlance as well. You know, the TB is going to outrange you a lot of the time, and I would have to say in terms of overall control, Team Falcons are the ones that have slightly more than Quest does. It's just a little bit easier to execute their control.
Yeah, very straightforward, especially now as you see as Marlon comes in, is able to catch out onto Noob. They do not have the Echo Slam. Beautiful Fissure though. X-Mart and Boat combination is going to catch out the Earthshaker. They do put Armor into the air, but so much damage comes down onto these little Brewlings. He's able to dispel himself out of that overgrowth as well, but does he have enough HP to run away? Malik will get a little bit further away, but it's Malrine who's able to keep on top of him. The Panda's tanky, but I don't think he's going to be tanky enough here with 5 heroes coming in from Team Falcons trying to take out the Panda. He will try and run himself up onto the high ground, get himself close towards his Tormentor. He's got another clap coming up, so he does a lot of damage. Can he get the kill there on a Malrine? He's copping the tower shots. He's going to go into the Primal Beast. He lives. He lives on an absolute sliver of HP, and that is not what you want to see if you are PSG Quest.
And now TA2000's on its own.
Was in a spot of bother trying to fight out against Damar, and he gives him the Russian smile as well. Oh boy, that is a big set of circumstances for Team Falcon to be able to claim those kills all across the map.
Yeah, just staying a tiny bit too greedy. I mean, that's the reason that Tier 2000 is at the top of the net worth charts right now, is that he knows how to push the limits, but that time just flirted a little bit too close with danger. So, yeah, kills really starting to ramp up from Falcons. I thought Quest was outskilling Falcons for the first 10 or so minutes of this game, but just a single team fight really completely sways the occasion.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is they just haven't been able to connect on the 2 Echo Slams they've used so far from Noob, right? He's been playing extremely well with a lot of his rotations, with a lot of his fissures and his enchant totems, but not really connecting on a lot of these early Echo Slams. Hasn't allowed him to kind of slingshot towards the top of the net worth like he would like to, and as you said, these last couple of engagements have been very, very important for Team Falcons, and they smell blood in the water. They're just going to try and play around a lot of this vision that they have to see if they can catch out some of these heroes.
And you really do have to land a lot of those echoes, right? Like, if you don't do it as... Oh, Malrine just getting really aggressive, charging forward onto just a creep wave. If you don't do it, then you start to scale on a lot of these Falcons cores, right? Like, you've already got a Blade Mail, you're 2.5 items towards the Aghanim Scepter on the Kunkka, starting to build towards the Heart on Malrine. If you perhaps were able to connect onto an Echo Slam onto them, maybe that timing slows down by a few minutes. Maybe it means that the Luna's able to effectively teamfight them.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, we looked at both of the drafts, and that's why both of us kind of favoured Falcons ever so slightly, right? As it just seems much more simple for them to be able to execute the game plan that they've got going for them, and, you know, just get their items and things will fall into place. Whereas for the side of PSG Quest, they need to get their items and they need to start hitting some timings, which for a team like PSG Quest, you probably expect them to be able to hit, but you're playing up against a team like Team Falcons, who is, as you said, coining as this superstar roster coming into the MENA region. They have a star-studded roster all across their roles. They've got TI winners, they've got major champions. Like it is a very, very good roster.
One thing I only just realized as well is that Snaking has not put a single point into the living armor. So if that doesn't tell you what they're trying to do on Falcons in terms of their mentality, just all-out aggression, I don't know what will, right? Like, they are just wanting to consistently run at Quest, put pressure on, and try and play on Quest's side of the map if possible.
Yeah, it seems like they really are just trying to shut down this Lunar, and I think that's just, you know, a good draft visualization from the side of Team Falcons, right, where they understand if they can continue to keep these fights going, and maybe they shut down, you know, Malik, or maybe they shut down Noob, who has been kind of the facilitators for this Lunar, and feels like there is a very fickle house of cards that sometimes if one of these two pieces don't fall into place, it can very much falter for PSG Quest, but they're at the point now where they're getting very, very close to that BKB for TA2000, which could be their go button.
Could indeed. I mean, one other thing that we didn't mention this time around, we usually do a Midas predictor as to how many we're going to have. We've got 3 so far this game. Malreen's crit, as well as Malik have picked one up so far. Probably not going to get another one, I would assume, across the board. That's probably the only 3, but such value heroes to be able to get it onto.
Yeah, you know, it feels like I've been, over the last couple of games, we've been conditioned to not think about the hand of Midas's, but now we're getting into the Quest versus Falcons. That's where the Midas gang really will start to rise up. Especially because the game has slowed down, right? Like, you know, the first 10 or so minutes felt like it was at a breakneck pace. Both teams were more than happy to run at each other, but now after losing all the Tier 1 towers, both teams are happy to just kind of sit back and farm. As you said, Malreen moving towards that heart of Taras. It's definitely going to be A-okay where that's going. Same thing with Crit. Like, you know, Dark Willow is such a strong hero when it comes to being able to scale with items and levels. So,
for sure. I mean, the one thing I'm just curious as to whether Quest will want to go with this next item timing for both Noob and Malik, right? Malik has got the Radiance coming out to him right now. You've got the, I believe, Aghanim Scepter coming out in 100 gold for Noob, but it's still about 1,000, 1,300 gold left for the BKB on TA2000. Yes, he can farm it very quickly, but you don't want to be sitting back on your laurels for too long against the likes of this Falcons roster, right? You just need to be go, go, go. Then again, I mean, if it just means that TA2000 is going to die at the start of these fights and you're going to have that TB reflection hitting in, then maybe you do need to actually wait for the BKB.
well, it seems like Falcons aren't going to let them wait. Malik was getting ran out there by Skidder, who has picked up the Sanjin Yasha, so there's definitely items that are starting to creep up and appear now for Team Falcon. They have gotten themselves a decent amount of items. You know, Amar's now got himself an Aghanim Scepter to couple up with that Blade Mail. So they've got the Water Park available for them. Now Rain comes in, Echo Slam goes down. How much damage do they have? This is the full Reaver out onto the Primal Beast. He will get that Pulverize going, but a nice little disruption. Enough damage there to take down the Primal Beast. But with the Ghost Ship coming back in on top of Noob, this is where the TB is able to go to work, and the supports and the mid laner will just go bye-bye for PSG Quest. They wanted to get in and take down Malreen and wanted to make it an assassination mission, but they weren't able to make that quick and clean. And now Skidder is going to try and get on top of Kaori. X marks the spot, means the Enchantress won't go too far. Snaking wanted to get the punch, doesn't get it, but it's a triple kill for the Terror Blade, and he is getting ever close towards that Skadi. And it's going to get to the point here, Matt, where I don't know if they're going to have enough damage to kill all these tanky heroes. The TB is going to be scratching towards almost 2.5k HP very, very soon.
I mean, they barely had enough damage to kill one there in the Primal Beast, who doesn't even have his heart finished up yet, and he's by far the lowest of all of these Falcon scores as well. So, I mean, that just goes to show what I was talking about, right? The need for Quest to be able to do something with some of these item timings, and yeah, it was a decent Echo Slam, and you could see that Kaori is really starting to dish out a lot of damage on his own. He's got the Dragon Lance, he's got the Grove Bow, maxed out Impetus. It's a lot of damage to have to deal with, but it's just really going to reach this point where you're going to be hitting and hitting and hitting, and it's not going to result in too much.
Yeah, they're going to try and mitigate some of these losses so far by being able to pick up at these Aegis of the Immortal. Let's see if they can just get it done with TA2000 and Malik. They should be able to. They've got a decent amount of evasion here on Malik, and he can be quite tanky, so Looks like it will go relatively uncontested for the side of Team Falcon. So you're going to need an Aegis on their Luna. She's going to have BKB. She's going to be able to get towards this Aghanim Shard as well. So 20% DR is going to be nice and healthy for her to be able to try and play around these fights with a lot of these melee heroes coming in and taking all of the damage as well. So
this is that timing,
though.
Right? Like you've got Malrine, who he's got the ultimate coming up in another 5 seconds, but TB doesn't for another 40. So with the Aegis of the Immortal, with the Echo Slam back off cooldown, with Primal Split available, with an Aegis, you got to try and push into these towers.
You have to try and take some bit of map control, right? Like it's kind of gotten to the point where if you just continue waiting for the next couple of items, and there's just going to be more and more that you have to try and play up against. So this could be the small window that they're going to need to be able to get control of this game.
Noob isn't actually with them right now. He's a little away from the rest.
Oh, they want to try and kill Malrine. They're able to catch him out. They did Echo Slam him, so it's going to be more than enough for them to take down the Primal Beast. So he's been the one that has been unfortunately caught out, but now TA2000, he's the one that's caught out as well. Like Ships in the Night, he gets away from a lot of these heroes. He's going to have to pop the BKB and just make the run away. So at least force out the 9-second BKB. They get the kill on the Malrine, but is that worth the 9-second BKB? I'd imagine it is.
It is, absolutely. I mean, you just want to try and conserve this Aegis for as long as possible. He's going into the Butterfly next, so would love to be able to pick this one up. Has to be a little careful with how far, again, aggressively he goes. He doesn't have a tier 1 tower to be able to play with, and Falcons do if they really want to start bringing a bunch of reinforcements up towards this top side, but well, obviously feeling against it.
Yeah, they didn't know that he had no BKB either, so that potentially could have been a scenario where maybe Amara as well as Skittle wanted to try and put the pressure back on a TA2000, but the Creep Goblin is continuing to hit them. And
bro, I was wrong. We've got Snaking queuing up the Midas as well.
Yeah. You love to see it. It's just gotten to the point where the game has started to slow down. X marks the spot, Boat and Torrent. Is that going to be enough damage? Take down Kaori? Yes, they will.
Yeah.
Bedlam is more than enough for that. So they take down Kaori. They want to try and
Crits,
get a little aggressive in this mid lane.
To crit too. They are indeed.
Okay, they come in directly onto Marlon. They will do a lot of damage, but beautiful terrorize there from Crit. Keeps 3 of these members at bay. Finally, the split will come forward. Can they keep Noob safe and happy? The Aghanim jump away is not enough to get away from X marks the spot, and that was a quick and concise reaction there coming in from Team Falcons. They want more though, Matt. They are not ready to just take that and leave. They want to try and get on top of this Panda. They're going to go forward here onto Amar. They've really got disruptions going in though. He'll stuck inside this Panda split form. How much damage do they have?
TA?
Wavemail is doing a lot of damage. TA2000 wants to try and walk forward and try and take down some of these members. Eventually they will have Malik come back into his regular form so he can actually start utilizing some of his spells. TA2000 though, he's the one that's been caught out. He does have this Aegis of the Immortal. Eventually we'll get it to pop, but now this is where Team Falcon, they can just walk away, Matt. You hate to see it if you are PSG Quest, but that is exactly what you want to see for Team Falcons.
And Omar nearly just died to the water park after buying back and TPing in. No other damage coming through. It's just a crazy amount of AoE control that they have, and again, it just takes so long for them to be able to make anything happen. I like the fact that they went for the kill, just because you saw that the boat was used on the bottom side previously to be able to kill Kaori on his Enchantress, so maybe they thought, you know, without the run buff, we'll actually have the damage to be able to take him out, but I mean, again, with that heart up on Malrine, it just makes it so much more challenging. And now he's even going into a Blade Mail, right? So who do you even focus? That's the main question.
Yeah, it feels like there's not really a great way for them to start these fights. There's not a clean way for them to initiate. There's not a standout
and
target.
And scaling as well, on top of everything. He's got the Ags, he's working towards a Moon Shard as well, and his Grandmaster Dark Willow.
That's so dirty. He's going to be doing so much damage, man. He's just already got the Ag set though, like... Yeah, he's going to be a turret. We thought Kaori was going to be, you know, a damage dealing support, and Crit goes, no, hold my beer. This is exactly how I want to get this done. Echo Slam on the bottom side. They want to try and get the kill on the Snay. They will be able to quickly execute the Tree Protector.
I mean, that's pretty much the only one that they can kill at this stage, right? If he actually goes away from the tree line, but it just happened to be a Sentry Ward placed down in the wave that ended up being able to scout that one out there. So they'll take the kills where they can get them. Noob's built up a lot of net worth for himself as well, so maybe he's looking to get that extra surprise factor from a Shadow Blade coming through.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to decide on what he wants to utilize a lot of this gold for, almost 4,000. So can make the choice between the BKB and the silver edge. Still are kind of lacking a little bit of this damage, though. They haven't been able to hit on towards this butterfly. They're getting close to it for TA 2000, so I'd imagine that's probably the next go button for them, right? Where, you know, they get the butterfly, they're going to get themselves closer and closer towards something like an Octarine core. Then they should be settling on an idea for Noob, and, you know, these next set of items might be enough for them to try and take these tier 2s.
I would say so. Makes it a little bit easier with Omar getting the Aghanim Shard. Demonic Cleanse going to be very effective against, I'm counting 4 different spells. 1 from the Dark Willow, 2 from the Treant, and 1 from the TB as well. So maybe just enabling the Luna to be able to stand in man fight without having to pop that BKB super early.
Yeah, I think that's a big positive, is not having to utilize Manta and BKB in awkward scenarios, being able to use them in actual spots that you want.
Yep.
Yeah,
he's nearly got his butterfly as well, so you know, you've got the Skadi on Skidder, but it's going to be a little bit more challenging to start layering that debuff in onto the Luna.
Especially now that he's picked up a crit stick as well, so not being able to commit fully in towards the MKB, really wants to try and get that BKB first. What's Amar going for? Octarine seems like his next item. Does have a BKB queued up, but has gotten the Void Stone, so he can try and make that choice. And with the game state, I mean, I feel like a lot of these players are really going to go greedy, right? Like, as you said, Snaking's already trying to build towards he has his own Midas, so you know, they're more than happy for this game to slow down for both these two teams. Especially with Roche not coming
2000's doing a
up
good
from
job
the-
of ghost pushing with his Zulu. Tier 2 tower's nearly gone down, and they're actually going to make a smoke off the back of that once Falcons reveal their position inside the mid lane. So they're going to be able to have the advantage of the jump and the double damage coming through. Quick fingers, again, crit!
He's so fast with that Shadow Realm, man. I don't think it's really going to matter for them. They will be able to take down the Dark Willow, but that could have been potential for a bit of a turnaround, right? Where you just see how quickly Crit was able to react to that with the Shadow Realm, means that he wasn't instantly blown up. But they used the Echo Slam for Crit,
Radiant's middle
So-
tower has fallen.
probably more worth.
Yep.
Radiant's
One
middle
mid tier 2 tower taken down though, and Noob actually sees Malorine potentially. No, nighttime, so didn't quite catch a glimpse of him on the bottom side, but it's actually going to be TA 2000 likely running into this Primal Beast here that's right next to a tier 2 tower.
Oh, the Blade Mail's going to do a lot of damage, but they will be able to split it amongst the illusions as well. So that is another quick kill. Malrine goes down, and PSG Quest, they've hit this timing, Matt. They're really starting to feel pretty scary. They've got double BKBs at the ready for both of their cores. Also, Malik getting to the position where he's almost got this Octarine core completed.
They've
That
already
boots
lost
of
a tier
travel.
2 tower as well, so they don't want to pop the glyph for this bottom tier 2. If they lose another fight, then that just means the tier 3 is completely open, and we know what happens when a Luna gets up onto the high ground.
Yeah, he's able to shred it to pieces, and looks like they might try and connect with their own smoke. They are going to see if they can walk him towards TA 3000. He's standing here directly on top of Omar. Does have that BKB at the ready. He's going to try and BKB TP, so they're going to be more than happy with that one. But Omar, unfortunately, is stuck in the worst possible position. We did think that he was trying to save his buddy, but he did get caught out as well. Kaori has a TP to try and get away from Snaking, but Snaking definitely has a way of cancelling that TP on the
Just a bop to the
Enchantress.
face. Oh, maybe not if he's if he's a big treant and he takes that long to be able to land a simple right click.
He can also overgrowth him if he would like.
But do you? He needs to get ahead of him just to be able to maybe land the right click.
He's definitely dead though.
Okay.
Snake will eventually be able to punch him, and that will go towards Skidder. So they bought a bit of time for TA 2000. Having to BKB TP home means that now he's able to sit back and hit some more creeps. Getting very close to a Satanic as well. Primal Split got used in the top lane.
Yeah, maybe thinking that they could get a pick off onto Malrine. I'm not quite sure. Maybe even be just using the Earth Panda for the demolish onto these towers as well.
He did throw the Earth Panda towards the river, so he was able to at least claim the tier 1 tower off the back of the Fire Panda and the amount of damage that it can do. So Malik, it's at the point now where, you know, he's got the Octarine core, so I mean, he's happy with just popping a split and just kind of vibing out. It's only 80 seconds, especially with a lot of it being spent in the duration of the Primal Split. So
Yeah, probably just wants his
happy
level
with that.
20 now for the extra Brewling's health, extra 1200. You know there's going to be a decent amount of AoE damage coming through with this Kunkka, both in the form of the Tidebringer as well as the Water Park.
yeah,
We're actually going to go for a smoke up behind Tier 2000. It is the longest possible Roshan respawn as well, so I do commend Quest for realizing that Roche has the potential to be up, but they're not going to be quite so lucky once they realize this. And it's going to be another 40 seconds until the meta's available. I'm sure they're very aware of that as well. Skidder popped it in that previous engagement inside of the Radiant jungle to be able to just take out Omar.
Another 10 seconds until they have the split available as well, so I'd imagine that's what they're waiting for here if you are PSG Quest. Do you get rid
Just
of...
using the TV illusion for scouting, although, yeah, there we go, the enchant being used will reveal the fact that there's people inside of a smoke, and the full wraparound, who are they going to catch?
They found out Malik, but it's not really the best player for you to try and go forward onto. They're going to throw the TB up into the air. They want to see if they can try and get some more of these kills before anything else goes down. They're going to try and get on towards Malrine, though. He's about half HP here on the Primal Beast. The Water Park's doing quite a lot of work so far, giving everybody up into the air. Noob goes into the background with that BKB. Skidder, though, he's the one that's completely stunned up. He has to use the Sunder on towards one of the illusions. Now with the BKB, they want to try and stand a man fight in TA2000. Running out of his own BKB, Noob is coming on the sidelines, hasn't been able to do the damage just yet. Look at how much damage Crit can do. Speaking of damage, it's all about Kaori right now. They go in directly on top of Skidder. He goes down. No Terrorblade for you. They will just charge all the way through past the Kunker from Malrine. And Noob will find him on the side, as unfortunately for Omar, he is standing in front of a lot of members coming in from PSG Quest, and once again Crit's doing the damage. He throws it in, double kill for the Dark Willow.
The true carry.
He stand and delivers for the side of Team Falcons, and Kaori only has to run away. Malik will TP back towards the creep wave to keep his buddy alive, and PSG Quest, they lose their carry. They get 2 out of it though. And this is where it starts to get a little spicy, because these team fights, they haven't been too clean from either of these two teams. Really, everybody's kind of just throwing spells every which way, and it's still so hard to get any kills.
It felt like there were 6 different team fights within that single team fight. You know, everyone was just isolated on their own, away from everyone else, and ends up resulting in, you know, 2 of the biggest cores in the game dying. And the biggest thing as well, Roshan went completely unscathed after all of that, so I want to see if both teams feel like they can just go again. I mean, you've got the Eclipse available, you've got the Primal Split, you've got the Echo Slam in 20 seconds by the time you get there. You'll have a full minute or so to be able to take out this Roshan, and you know they've got plenty of damage to be able to do it.
Yeah, the Luna's really just been able to do a whole lot of work. I think the fact that they're able to almost chain stun Skidder from 100 to 0, forcing him to Sunder early on. As soon as that Sunder goes out, pre the talent, it is very easy to just constantly get in front of the face of the Terrorblade, because if he doesn't have that Sunder to try and play around with, he's not as scary as he used to be. We'll just get on top of some more of these heroes. And speaking, getting on top of Crit,
big deal.
Found out this time around. And then we'll wait until the Shadow Realm goes out to Echo Slam him. So they've taken the real carry out of Team Falcons, and now it's Roche time, right?
Yep, Roche getting pinged. You got 35 seconds to be able to take it out. Even a 4-stuff was being used onto TA2000 just to get him there that little bit quicker. Every second counts when you've got Meta coming off cooldown, when you've got Dark Willow dead. Real thorn in the side of Quest right now, but it looks like they'll be able to get that second Roche.
Yep, second Roche. Cheese available as well. So TA2000.
And they'll have an AC as well on the Brewmaster, so even more teamfight potential coming through.
Well, I mean, imagine after a team fight like that, they're probably getting closer to a few more of these auras as well, right? You know, Noob's at the point now where he's getting close towards that Silver Edge TA2000, already built out on the Satanic, as well as now the Paladin Sword. So once the Silver Edge comes up for him as well, that's when things are going to start getting very hard to try and lock down these heroes. You're going to need so much reveal for everybody to try and take down these heroes. And if you're Skidder, are you starting to question the Silver Edge? Are you trying to think maybe it might be MKB time with a lot of this evasion coming in from the Panda as well as the Luna?
It's a possibility for sure, but I think they just need a cleaner intro to the fight. Is Snaking going to be okay? Oof. Just able to get away there. I don't think the rock throw, unfortunately, is going to be able to change too much of the outcome of this game unless Malrine gets that perfect combination that Primal Beast is able to do for chain stuns. Yeah, the Living Armor's up on the tower, but the Glyph of Fortification is used. They're just going to use Malik again to be the main sieger.
Yeah, they know that this Panda is very, very tanky
down
with a lot of his Brewlings. Crit is doing a lot of damage, though, to be perfectly fair. But with this Tier 3 tower down, we can see what the Glaives can do.
And the AC, and the Demolish.
There's so much work against these towers. They've already lost the melee rank.
Nice
Malrine's going to try his best. He's going to come in on the sidelines here. He's going to have to pop the BKB. Still a couple of seconds left here on the Panda split. They're just going to be able to send the Earth Panda to take down that range Rax, and with a full lane of Rax, you're going to be A-okay with it. Malik now is going to be able to get away from that X marks the spot. And with one lane of Rax going down, you are happy here if you're PSG Quest, because you don't lose anything for it. What, you just use Panda split, which is going to be up in 40 seconds? You're happy.
You're very happy. And Malik, given the daddy chill to Amar, tried to use the X mark onto the Earth Panda, but you know he's spell immune, and once that primal split ends, he's a-okay.
Looking like it is very hard for Team Falcons to try and fight in towards his Aegis. They need to try and find some of these backline members, try and catch them off guard, trying to utilize some of these spells in a different way. You know, Amar really can't get in towards the fight.
Radiant's
That's the
middle
big
tower
factor I'm seeing. You know, there's one observer ward near the mid lane, but nothing else really. And at nighttime, that means that the factor of jump just becomes so much more of a big deal.
Yeah, especially
Look at the backline jump.
Oh, they are coming in towards the back here, but Kaori gets a nice little hurricane plaque. They're going in towards
TB?
directly onto Skidder. Do they have enough damage? No, they don't. They're going to have to pop the cheese here on Anubu as well. Want to try and catch out this Terrorblade. He's going to go into the Shadow Blade, turn
Great
back around,
overgrowth.
do the damage there directly onto Noob. It's a nice little disruption there. Comes in from Omar onto the backside. Tries to keep the Earthshaker alive. Isn't enough for them, and Team Falcons are standing tall and taking them down. TB's the first one to fall for the side of Team Falcons, with TA2000 respawning after this Aegis. Is now trying to set his attention towards Malrine. Omar wants to turn himself back around and try and take down this Primal Beast, and they will get directly on top of him, especially with the help from Noob buying back into this fight. Wants to get on top of the Primal Beast and take him down so they can get the siege going once again onto the base of Team Falcons. They're getting moved around, getting booped up into the air and pulled back by the tidal wave as well as Noob. They need to make sure that he doesn't go down. This was a buyback onto the Earthshaker. You don't want to lose your life for this, especially with TB. This is another 30 seconds that you can try and play around without no Terrorblade. They need to get the X marks as well as the boat back in onto the Earthshaker. He's oh so low. He goes down. Noom, that's a dieback, but they're going to be able to get the trades at least for the side of PSG Quest. They're walking forward once again with TA2000. Omar does a really good job at just keeping his buddy alive and getting these disruption illusions going back in once again. Snaking goes down, and Amar is too low to be able to try and get this fight going. They have lost 2 lanes of Rax so far here for Team Falcons, but I don't think there's that much gas left in the tank for Quest.
Yeah, and maybe a third. The only thing holding them back is this tier 2 tower still standing on the top side of the map. It was well worth the buybacks as well for Quest. You know, as soon as that TB commits with everything, BKB, Metamorphosis, even if he buys back, it's not going to be able to change anything. Skinner didn't have the buyback even at his disposal, so you know, they just went for the all-in play, and while they weren't able to completely close it out, it is only a 4k net worth lead, but you got to say, Quest really in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, and Quest's probably well aware that the Luna's getting close towards her 6 slots, right? And you don't really change it out for too many of these kind of star-studded items. So we're getting to the point here with PSG Quest. They need to make sure they try and end this game swiftly.
There's a DD as well.
So
Well, TA2000, he's got the bottle, so he can use that whenever he wants.
they're going to try and find some more of these extra fights once Noob comes around as well, right? You know, as you said, bottled up DD rune. Probably just going to be looking towards this tier 3 tower in the top lane, and then try and close the game out from there. The many buybacks.
I think if they're going to win this game, Falcons, like, it's going to be on crit, right? Like,
Yeah.
he's level 20, he's got the extra 2 seconds in the Shadow Realm, so it really is going to be starting to chunk towards the very end of the duration. He's got the Moon Shard finished up, and he's gone straight for that MKB.
Yeah, so it's all going to be about what positioning can Crit get into, and can they save Skidder from the initial fight? I think that's a big thing, right, for Team Falcons. If they can keep Skidder alive and the Sunder can actually turn the fight, then that's when they start looking really, really scary. But if Skidder gets blown up, BKB gets used, Metamorphosis doesn't really do all too much, then it's all about PSG Quest. They can kind of just walk around. And yeah, they've got these tanky boys, but the Primal Beast and the Gunka just haven't really been able to do the damage just yet, I think is the biggest thing for me. It really does feel like that, you know, Malik and Noob are just doing a little bit more damage.
Look at that line just being
Quest.
dropped down the mid lane as well. They're like, let us end this game right now. We know we've got illusions to be able to do it. We know we've got this double damage available. Even if there's no creep wave top for us to be able to do it. As long as that mid wave is pushing in, that's all that matters. And Malik just immediately pops the primal split, and they're all going in. They need to get back right now.
Yeah, they know that the TB at least TP'd in towards the base here. So they're going to catch out the Wind Panda at least. There's going to be no Tornado for them to play around with.
No Dispel Magic for the TB Illusions as well, which does feel kind of nice. But you've already lost the tower.
Yeah, and they're just going to try and run away with the Earth Panda as well. The fact that the Primal Split is starting to get towards the end of its duration of the 5 seconds it's going to pop out, but they have to be careful. We're still waiting on the higher ground here, maybe trying to bait them towards the remaining members. They have a Refresher Orb as well here on Malik, so they can come back in with another fight. Didirin has already been popped by TA2000. They haven't been able to find a good angle just yet. Snaking. Ooh.
Not quite. They could just wait, honestly. Like, you've got the Refresher available on the Brew. You don't want to use it just yet. Skitter is going really ballsy.
He wants to see if he can catch these members retreating. They do at least get a sentry down. He's going to use the Reflection, but that's it. They get away. And again, it's just cat and mouse, right? They're just constantly trying to find each other with these Shadow Blades. They know where he is. They've got the gem. They found out Skitter. They blow up the Terror Blade.
Well, he didn't pop meta.
Buyback.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need to use it, my man. You need to use it right now.
Megas. They will get the Terror Blade to come back in. TA2000 has Satanic, has the BKB. He's going to throw it up into the air, but a nice little pulverize stops out on that Satanic.
The Satanic's
gets himself
going, though.
nice and healthy, but it's everybody else that starts to come into the fray. The T-Beats is going to start to rip apart TA2000. The disruption's there to save a bit of time, but it's not going to be enough for them. The buybacks are aplenty coming in from Team Falcons, and they hold on to their base. Malik is going to try and kill everybody in this 1 versus 4 scenario, but unfortunately for him, he does not have the HP to stay in front of Crit. And Team Falcons, they hold on. 2 buybacks though, Matt. They don't lose their last lane of racks though, to be fair. So there still is an avenue for
There is,
Team
but that
Falcons to
meta's
come
running
back.
out. And I don't really think they're going to be able to get too much out of the map as a result of it, right? Like, Cowrie still able to yoink away that Wisdom Rune at the last second, brings himself up to level 20, and well, he's even got even more of that untouchable attack slow available, making himself harder and harder to kill.
He is doing a lot of damage in these fights, but so is Crit. You know, saw the amount of damage that Crit was able to do. He's getting closer to that MKB. I mean, that MKB coming online, he could be the kind of key to success here, right? You know, we saw in a lot of those fights, Skitter got blown up 100-0 because they found him out, because they had that gem coming in from Noob, so they were able to catch out Skitter, blow him up, and that's when the fight really got awkward for them. But you can see what happens
with these BKBs getting low as well, right? Like, just that extra reduction of magic damage reduction is not going to be there.
Exactly, and you can see these fights when Skitter's able to actually stay around them and Crit's able to do his thing. Amar, he's been found out, forced out a BKB here from Noob. And with Malrine in the area, that means they do just have to signal their retreat. And PSG Quest, they're not going to try and give away too much out of these last couple of deaths.
Roshan's going to be favoring Quest, though, as soon as it respawns. Once again, it's a really long respawn, and they're wanting to make sure that they're up here as quickly as possible on Falcon's side so that they can be the ones to take advantage of it. I guess maybe it actually doesn't give them too much of an advantage, right? Having a look at the buyback status, it's only Amar that has it right now, so any sort of buybacks aren't going to be able to TP in towards that outpost next to the top Roche pit.
Yeah. So, with not many buybacks in the game, this Roche fight is going to be all important as well. I think the biggest thing is they've done a really, really good job at keeping their waves under control here for Team Falcons. They've pushed out bot, they're pushing out mid as well here with some more of Skitter's illusions. And PSG Quest, they want to just constantly try and push in these waves. They want to try and at least force Team Falcons back inside of their base. They can take this Roche for free. It is going to be a Refresher Shard.
I mean, they need to make a choice at some point, though, on Falcons, right? If you don't, then Malk's just going to keep pushing this mid lane. You've got double siege creep wave coming with the 45-minute mark. And he might just pop the Primal Split, honestly, if this creep wave gets too close.
Yeah, I think they're telling Team Falcons, they're like, you can't kill Roche quick enough, then we can take your base. So this is the fight we want to try and take here.
There we go, Malik's in the base.
It was a blink back, and as you said, Malik, he's just going to try and take down this full lane of racks. How much damage have they been able to do to Roshan? They've done about 3/4 of it. Now the BKB gets popped here from Amar. He does a really good job of just kind of zoned out the rest of PSG Quest. But
Megas
is
is
it
up.
worse than Mega Creeps, though? Malik's been able to gain that for himself.
Oh!
Blink, Echo Slam catches out.
The Shard's still on the ground.
Himself away. Shard and Cheese as well going the way of Noob. So they get most of the Roche going their way. And unfortunately for Team Falcon, they just have to leave. They have to try and get out of dodge. Snaking gets himself into the corner. They have no reveal. They know where to find him. They've got him. They've just found him in the corner and they take him down as well. Tier 4 towers go down. Malik, he's just punching into the fountain.
He's doing it
here, Matt.
solo.
I don't think this Roche is really going to be that important for them. He just gets himself away. He's going to taunt. He wants to see how much damage he can do. He's done half HP to the fountain. And that means that he just continues to toy with Team Falcons. And this is such a tip-worthy moment for Malik. Just walks in, doesn't have the second split available, so he will pay with his life, but it was more than enough because they get rid of the T-Force. They haven't killed him, Matt. They get him done with the rock. He does have buyback to try and come back into this fight with the Boots of Travel as well, but no
Crit's
split
in pretty deep.
for 40 seconds. There still is this fight that's going in. Malreen goes
Still a little
directly onto
disconnected.
PSG Quest. This is a very rough spot for him to be in. Gets himself away with the Trickster's Cloak. So we'll live for a little bit longer. Everybody's starting to get extremely low here for the side of Team Falcons. They still do have this Aegis to play around with a crit. That's a lot of
There's
damage
just
from the Dark
The
Willow.
constant pressure from the creeps as well. Like Skidder, your Metamorph TB, he's on creep clearing duty right now. So, I mean, what are you supposed to do? And again, it's just going to reach this point where you might have the second life on the TB, but is it really worth it? You know, unless he's got a refresher, it really isn't going to mean too much of anything.
Yeah, and that's where
And they
things starting to get...
the MKB either on crit.
Oh, you hate to see it. And you know, the fact that Skidder wasn't able to pick up the refresher shard in the pit. They weren't able to
Still
pick up
there?
the cheese.
No.
No, I think they picked it up.
They did leave the shard during the fight. I know Cheese got picked up.
Who used it? Somebody used it, because nobody has it.
Has been killed.
Huh.
Yeah, nobody has it.
Man, they're sniping these couriers pretty
maybe
well.
TA2000 like refreshed his BKB or something before picking up his own refresher. I
can
could
see
have
it.
seen that. Anyways, that's a mystery lost to time because we were watching the Ancient getting punched by a panda.
I was watching Mega Creeps.
Are scanning.
I heard
Surely
some
you
things
give
being
this
popped.
arcane rune. You give the arcane rune to the Bruise, surely. Don't do it, TA. I know you're a position one. I know you're greedy as hell, but you gotta give it to Malik.
Yeah, but I want it. All right, Malik, take it, brother.
He's even gone hell with the Overlord as well. Oh, the rat.
Yeah. I'm loving this from Malik. I'm loving the way that he's been playing. He really has been kind of a breath of fresh air coming back into this roster. Skidder. Oh, he's been caught out. He has the Aegis of the Immortal, though, so they do at least catch him inside of this Invis. How much damage can they do? They will utilize that Sunder to keep TA2000 in check for now. The first
My
Shadow
eyes are
Realm
just on
has
crit.
been used by Crit as well. Now they want to try and go in onto the side. Noob's getting very, very low here on the Earthshaker. Do they have the damage? They do. He's got no
actually died.
buyback, Matt. He's got no buyback. This is getting spooky.
Malik's doing it again.
He's punching into the base, and he needs to keep this real panda alive.
pinging
They
the
do
real
have
one.
a lot to be able to catch him out, but he gets the second split off. So he will
Distraction
at
gaming.
least live. But does he want to try and go for the Ancient? I don't think you're going to have enough to take down the Ancient. He gets the Aegis. He
Worth.
burns through the Aegis.
Malreen, you're a little on your own.
TA2000's here as well, and he's going to pop the BKB, just do the damage to the Primal Beast. Now Skidder wants to try and fight, but they just instantly
Run away.
disengage.
Yep.
PSG Quest, they are toying with Team Falcons right now.
Yeah, they're taking all of these fights on their terms, even, again, just using the TB illusions against them with that disruption on the Shadow Demon. Just, it's so much to have to deal with, just pure numbers coming through here on Quest to be able to make their life an absolute hell.
Yeah, it is definitely not a fun scenario to be playing against if you are Team Falcons. They were what felt like they were in a good position for a long time, and things have started to turn.
Yeah.
A lot of gold on the side of PSG Quest, and TA2000 turned into this big bad carry.
Let's
Let's see if they can catch out the Conker. He does get broken. Throw out the first part of the water pipe. He's going to throw down the boat as well. So they're saving a lot of this damage mitigation. Haven't been able to get the fleet going. Malik goes forward. Malreen is able to find
just run
anything
away
with the
again, though.
pulverize. They're starting to get kited out a little bit, but Skidder does a good job at just being able to eviscerate
Echo's up.
out onto Omar. As you said, the Echo Sleep is at the ready. Noob wants to try and get in and deal this damage. Wants to see if he can try and find some of these heroes. Gets up onto the high ground. Malvarine gets away with the own Blink Dagger. So they have lost one. There's going to be no Amar here for another 90 seconds. Means that there's going to be no Conquer for them to try and fight around with this. It's all about crit. It's all about Skitter. Can they keep this fight alive for Team Falcons?
Crit's got that MKB. They've got creeps to have to deal with, though.
Wants to try and go in for the Sunder. He goes in. Skitter doesn't have the BKB. He's just dead. Skitter, there's no point you being there if you are dead. And they just send their illusions on towards the Ancient. Malvarine goes into the backside. Wants to take down Kaori. He gets saved out by the disruption. Omar just TP'd in. So they keep him alive. And Armor will just get the G's to drop them.
There
it took a little bit of time to be able to close that game out. But PSG Quest get it done, Matt, in 51 minutes.
I was waiting for that return tip to come from from TA2000, and there he goes, Naive Doto, his old name that he used to play under, and well, for a very, very good reason. The double European smiley face coming through there. 26 to 26 kill score, about a kill a minute overall in that 52-minute game, but was pretty much what we were expecting, right? By far the closest that we've seen throughout these MENA qualifiers, and well, Quest, they surprised me. I really thought that they would have some damage issues in the early-ish game, but Malik vastly overperformed any sort of expectations that I had.
Yeah, I think Malik definitely was my MVP from that game. He had a very rough start, got that catch-up minus, and was just able to be such a nuisance, and really got to the point where they were able to kind of pick apart Team Falcons. And I was kind of the same as you. I thought this Terrorblade was going to be a massive issue, and it just felt like he was not. It felt like he was far too squishy. He got blown up. He got 100 to 0. Yes, the Sunder would go out, but the Sunder didn't really matter most of the time, which was the sad part, especially when Amar felt like he kind of had such a free game as well, and just wasn't able to be kind of one of those linchpin players that they'd really liked. And I mean, Team Falcons, their draft is good, but you know, I think PSG Quest, I think they really want to have that one meta slot to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. Again, this is the upper bracket finals, not the grand finals, so no matter which team loses this one, they'll get the second chance, but the winner gets that ticket stamped all the way through to the grand finals, being played tomorrow in a best of 5. So game 1 is done. Quest gets the chockies. We'll see what happens in game number 2. We will be right back after a break. In about 8 or so minutes, we'll be back with game number 2.
All that's on my mind, it's finally sinking in. You're in. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out, 'cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. Way that you move your body, make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, you beautiful human beings. ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur MENA Qualifier. We're in the upper bracket final here, and that means the winner of this series is going to go directly in towards that grand final. And it's Teams Falcons versus PSG, Quest, and Danog. We got traded to a game, and we're going to get traded to a second game here, and I'm very excited because Quest feels like they are playing on a very high level right now. Obviously, we're expecting these guys to be able to play extremely well, but playing against a team like Team Falcons, superstar roster, we're not really sure what their kind of relative power level is going to be as a full 5-man squad, but I think Quest really kind of came in and showed that even though they had to execute a little bit higher than what Falcons did for that roster, they definitely did, and they got the dub.
They were very capable, for sure. Like, they outperformed the laning stage in leaps and bounds, in my eyes. And it really felt like, you know, we highlighted Malik a lot, but just the little things that he was doing right. Obviously, the rat plays, they were the flashy ones that we saw. But every single time that crit started to become an issue, he was the one that got tossed into the air with, like, that 1 second of availability where you could actually target the Dark Willow. So I thought it was a fantastic game by Malik. He was well worthy of that last overall pick of the draft. And, well, Quest, they've got second pick again. So they might be able to do a similar sort of thing this time around.
Yeah, keeping everything all nice and open as we get towards the latter stages. Team Falcons this time around, though, they're getting into their first pick, and they've got rid of the Primal Beast themselves. So I guess the question is right now, do they want to go for Conker? Do they want to go for Bristleback? It's Conker is the first one they want to go for. Now, though, do Quest just instantly respond with an Ancient Apparition and then just try and get themselves some more pairs going in towards that second phase of picks?
I don't know. I don't think you necessarily need an AA right now. I mean, sure, you could just look to ban it on Falcons if you're, you know, with these next two picks that you've got. But maybe they pick up the Bristleback themselves. You know, I think they're very capable of playing it too. We've seen both TA2000 and Malik be ones to play it, so it's not even like they're restricting it to one particular role.
Yeah, they've been able to kind of rotate it around, but they're going to get the Grim, which was the 4th ban from Team Falcons in the previous draft, so they're going to put a little bit more emphasis on this hero this time around. We've really been able to see what the Grimstroke's been able to do for a lot of these different rosters. We even saw it with that Winter Bears the other day as well, just being able to be constantly aggressive in the lane, and the way that this hero is able to just enable so many of these deadly duos is a real big boon to have, and I think he's just got 4 fantastic abilities. I think maybe Stroke of Fate is probably his weakest ability, but it can still definitely, you know, deal enough damage in a pinch. So I think Grimstroke is a very good opener to be able to mitigate a lot of these melee heroes running around in a team fight.
For sure. I mean, we know that we've seen a lot of Grimstroke Centaur combinations come out as well, and, you know, for good reason. It's just so much overwhelming damage early on, gives you a lot of control in a lot of these fights, both in the form of stuns, in the form of silences, in the form of damage, but even just the fact that you could soulbind and people aren't always on completely the same page, so it kind of acts as a bit of a route in itself for a second or two, and then you've even got the Stampede to be able to change things up as well. I have also seen a few teams, Liquid in particular, I think, pick up the Doom as well relatively early on, and, you know, paired together with the Grimstroke, that feels really good too. Infernal Blade, one of those few abilities in the game that does the percentage damage too, so I wouldn't even hate to see that come out from Quest.
Yeah, and especially with the way that Doom got reworked, the fact that his ultimate now doesn't mute, but does give the anti-regen. So it's kind of in the same vein as like the Ancient Apparition, right? Where it's like you try and use this anti-regen to get rid of a lot of these tanky heroes. So wouldn't hate to see it. Definitely wouldn't hate to see it, especially with the way that Malik's been playing. I think that would be a very hot commodity for them to look towards right now. But I'd imagine their probably first thought would be trying to get themselves a Centaur Wall Runner just because of how strong that combination is. But I mean, the way that K already played, I think you're definitely happy with it with the Enchantress this time around. And just showing the power of it into the Conqueror as well, I think is a really good takeaway from that game number 1 for Quest, right?
For sure. I mean, I'm just having a look now at the damage charts. Yeah, he didn't do a crazy amount of damage, but he did put enough of that early-ish pressure onto the buildings to really open up the game. And what TA2000 does better than, honestly, almost anyone, even, like, I'm including Yatoro in this, is that TA2000 farms like an absolute beast. Like, he will repay you fully if you just give him the tiniest amount of space to be able to farm. So something like an Enchantress does fit very well for that.
Yeah, exactly. Just a lot of that early pressure that then turns into creep gold is exactly what TA2000 wants to have. And whenever I think about TA2000, it is kind of basically the guy who's going to hit creeps and be able to be one of the scarier players on the map. I remember during DPC he was whipping out the Sven, and I think that was like probably in my knowledge probably one of like the fastest farmers I've ever seen. It was so crazy how quickly he was able to career net worth. So Team Falcons are really racking their brains going into this second pick. They've only got 40 seconds left of reserve time. They go back to another crit classic in the Skywrath Mage to try and have them that little bit of extra magic damage to try and take down this Enchantress. It is very hard for you in this kind of first pick scenario where you do have to kind of reveal 2 picks when Quest really haven't revealed all too much. Yeah, they've given away both of their supports, but they're 2 supports that you kind of know what they're going to do anyway, so it is very hard for you to try and pick a core here and not kind of give away all too much to Quest.
Yeah, I mean, it's even the Skywrath into the Enchantress isn't exactly easy either, right? Like, you're going to be kelping a lot of right clicks to the face as this Skywrath Mage. Granted, you've got a lot of movement speed, you can get some slows off yourself with a concussive shot, but you've got to be really careful with your positioning here on crit, otherwise he could end up dying pretty early on into the piece.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
and that's the kind of double-sided coin of this Skywrath Mage, right? The glass cannons. You can be very quickly taken out in a lot of these fights. So you have to be mindful, but if anybody can do it, the crit can definitely do it. It was the glass cannon in the previous game, and fortunately for him wasn't enough to be able to get the dub. Quest, though...
I mean, I'm honestly wondering if they don't just go back for the Luna as well, right? Like, this seems pretty equivalent. You know, you've got the Manta style to be able to get out of the Ancient Seal. You're once again playing on Dire, so even if the lane doesn't go perfect for you, you've always got the Mighty Minds buff to be able to go back to and just farm as soon as you get, like, the Morbid Mask available for yourself. So, feels pretty nice.
Yeah, and I think the Skywrath Mage really doesn't pose a threat to you in that mid game at all, right? Where, you know, we touched on the fact that Crit's got to be careful about not losing his life. You walk too close to some of those glaives, and they will just kill you as collateral damage. So.
Yep. And they got plenty of ways to be able, like, I've mentioned the Manta style, right? But even just a Grimstroke getting a really early Aghanim Shard as well is just a nice way to be able to instantly purge off, you know, Overgrowth, Ancient Seal, whatever it might be. Even just a Boat Stun, right? It's a strong dispel that you get once you've got that Aghanim Shard. So it feels quite nice to be able to enable someone like the Luna to just be a little bit tankier like that.
Yeah, and double Lucent Beam as well is always nice with the Soul Bind. I know it's not, you know, as good as like a double Doom, but it's the small things. They're just going to go back for the Naga Siren. Okay, so they just wanted to have one of these hardcore carries, and it is going to be the Naga, which is a hero that was banned out in some of the previous series. So now TA2000 is able to play one of those illusion carries and kind of does make, you know, Skywrath Mage and Treant Protector their lives a lot harder, right? Because they really do not deal well with these illusions.
They are hating life right now. They're like, what am I meant to do this game? Like, you just need to completely address the Naga Siren with the next 2 picks. Even the Kunkka, right? Like, the Water Park is probably going to do the majority of the damage to it. Tidebringer, though, I mean, it's a physical thing, right? And Naga Siren, Agility Hero, has some pretty decent agi to be able to start the game off as well. So it's not like that's even going to do a fantastic job of clearing out a lot of these illusions.
Yeah, now the question is, what is Falcon's response going to be? Okay, so there was a couple of responses you could try and go for. Maybe you wanted to try and fall back on the age-old Leshrac. I think that hero has been kind of very far out of the meta. Maybe
not in a Blade Mail meta. Not in a Blade Mail meta. You don't want the old Lesh.
Maybe you could have gone for the Pudge if you really wanted to not reveal like one of your carry heroes. But I think, you know, you've seen what the offlane's going to be. You've seen what the carry's going to be. So it's going to be pretty okay with you being able to pick up this Sven this time around. So does this get a classic as well? So we'll see if he's able to get the dub in the lane and turn this into a better carry-to-carry matchup. I think Quest right now, they've got themselves in such a magnificent position, right? Like, they've got the final pick overall. They've really kind of put Team Falcons on the back foot where they don't really have too many answers to the Naga Siren outside of the Sven. And now you can just kind of pose another question to them as well, right? Is like, what are your bans really going to be like for you guys? And we can get rid of, you know, 2 or 3 that are going to actually be able to deal with the Naga Siren from the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, I would be getting rid of something like maybe Zeus Puck or something like that. Malrine has a fantastic Puck. Yeah, Pangolier fits the build as well, right? Whether it be Diffusal or a Maelstrom build. I know it's kind of out of date, the old Maelstrom style, but against a Naga Siren, it always feels pretty significant to be able to have that at your disposal. But yeah, I really wouldn't hate to see a puck in this
10
game.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, gives them that extra little bit of lockdown for the Sven. I think that's the biggest thing is they need to make sure they have
5 seconds
a lot of this
remaining.
reliable lockdown for
Team
the Sven. Beautiful ban. That's why they pay you the big bucks, mate. They really get you to rack that brain. Is there anything else now though that Team Falcons can try and lean towards? Like, do you try and go for like an Invoker?
Possibly, yeah.
deal with the
I wouldn't
Naga?
hate to see an Invoker. I mean, they don't really have any jump
10
right now.
seconds
So,
remaining.
I mean, there is Storm, there is Void Spirit, there is all that sort of stuff. So, I don't know if you could get away with like a Zeus or a Tinker at this stage. Maybe a Zeus just with Centaur. That's really the only thing you have to worry about, and you still got the Heavenly Jump available. But what even else is there? Oh, I wouldn't hate a Dazzle up against the Naga Siren as well,
Okay.
just for that shard, right? Instantly clears out all the illusions as well. Feels like it's pretty solid into the lane, and it lets you get a little bit more on the front foot with the snowball factor.
Yeah, I think the Dazzles are a fair shout, especially once you get Ags as well. Like the Naga Siren illusions just allow you to bounce and
Radiant
deal
team.
the damage. So they're going to get rid of Invoker themselves.
Quest
Probably leading me
Esports
more
turn.
towards
Lena.
something that is not... Okay, so they're just going to go for the Lena. They're just going to go for a hero that is nice and stable, can't get counted all too heavily, so they're just going to give them that little bit of extra illusion clear. They're going to have the Light Strike Array, they're going to have the Dragon Slave, so they still will have ways of clearing these correct waves and being able to clear
10
this Naga
seconds
Siren.
remaining.
They do have a pretty good spread of damage. You know, they've got a lot of
5
physical coming in from the
seconds
Sven. They've got a lot of magical coming from the Lena. So it's not really like Quest can just build armor or magic res and they're A-okay. What is their
I
response
wonder
going to
if
be
you can
from
get
an
away
offlaner?
with a Storm Spirit here or something. Like, I feel like the reason behind picking the Lena, yeah, of all the reasons that you mentioned, but also they just don't have that backline initiation, right? So you're going to be able to stand fairly easily back. But I just want something that's really going to punish the Skywrath and the Lena in particular, right? Naga Siren makes Skywrath Mage's life annoying for a really long time, but it's not like this, oh crap, I'm dead at the start of every single fight. And that's really what I'm wanting to see come out here from Noob with this last pick overall.
Quap?
Choose your
They go
hero.
Zeus themselves. Okay. So long range
Percent
damage
damage.
dealer. I think they're basically thinking on the same vein as what you were saying before. No backline jump for Falcons either.
Mm-hmm. Until Skidder gets that Blink Dagger, for sure, that's going to be a factor.
So we have rounded out our game number 2 draft. Still similar veins for both of these two teams. They've got a very, very strong offlane do Quest. They've got a very, very strong mid lane coming in from Falcons. They should be pretty happy with how a lot of these lanes are going to go. Quest, though, I think they definitely have been playing just a little bit cleaner than what Team Falcons have. I think that's kind of expected for both of these two teams, considering that Team Falcons is one of these newer rosters, right? And it has been a little while for them to really be able to come together. And they haven't truly been tested. You know, obviously they're going to have their scrims and whatnot coming in from Western Europe, but going into the MENA qualifier, they have not been tested. And this is the first time they really got kind of put to the test by a team like PSG Quest. And unfortunately, they weren't able to come out with the chocolates. So this time around, with this game 2 draft, Enoch, how are you feeling about both these two teams?
I'm going to say Quest this time around. I don't hate this Zeus pick last overall. I think the lanes are going to go just fine for them. And you know me, I'm a stats guy. I like a lot of these stats. And in the lead up to TI, particularly around Quest, I thought they were being massively overrated by a lot of the different ratings. Like, they were as high as 4th in, like, Knoxville's ratings, for example. And, well, clearly that wasn't the case, right? It was a pretty early bow out of the tournament for them. But with Malik, they are actually the last team to win a series against Team Spirit, the current reigning Riyadh Masters and TI champions. So that is a pretty significant feather in the cap for them to be able to take forward. And honestly, they showed why in that game number 1. They were just really solid from the very start to the very end in a draft that I thought was slightly inferior to what Falcons had been able to put forward. So I've got faith in them for this game number 2 as well.
Yeah, it really has been a pretty big feather for them to be able to take down a team like that, and now they're really kind of showing the cleanliness of their play.
They're just doing it again. They're just protecting this tree, and Omar, he's gone a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, he has to use the Stroke of Fate here. Malik will be able to get a beautiful little Lahoo Stomp and a nice little Light Strike Array coming in there from Malrine to be able to get that first blood, so they
Big
get
mistake.
themselves a
You
little
should know
bit
that's
extra
coming.
this time.
It's happened in like 3 of their past 4 games. This exact thing every single time. Tree protector on the radiant side, protect these trees, and he just takes a step too far forward.
Yeah, it was a little bit more of an aggressive stance this time around coming in from Team Falcons, right? They wanted to move towards the river and really put the pressure on. Kind of taking a leaf out of the TA 2000 book where he was on the Weaver, right? Where he just comes through the river, they come up that little stairway and they get themselves catching those people just sleeping a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Won't be able to fully protect the tree line. Malik's still there, clearing them out right now, but got bounty runes to be able to go for. Looks like... what is it going to be, 3 for 1?
3 for 1. That is the power of getting the first blood. Generally,
2 Tundra runes, 1 Shopify, 1 quest.
It's wild that there's all these different teams playing in a 2-team sport.
Mm-hmm.
The mysteries of
digital
Dota 2.
sports.
I love digital sports.
Don't do that.
Let's go electronic sports.
Electric sports.
Electric sports. We are electric.
Oh,
I won't
miss
butcher
that.
the song. I know there's a lot
I miss
of
Woe Dota,
ESL
man.
fans. I don't want to ruin the sacred text, you know.
Mm-hmm. Man, Cowrie's got that that Blightstone picked up as well, so I'm just having a look. He's going to make a complete beeline for crit.
Yeah, 0 armor. I believe it's like, what, 0.1 armor is the actual stat line coming in from Skyrath Mage. So with the hands being thrown, it is -2 armor. So the extra bonus damage from Kaori is going to be very hard for crit to deal with. We will...
I love how Cowrie's just got the Sentry Ward available as well, and he's like, you know what, I don't want to block that. You know, I'm an Enchantress. I've got the ability to just take a lot of these creeps. It's really just freeing up his own small camp, just to make sure that you've got the ability to pull back. And yeah, I mean, with the Nature's Attendants, there's no way that crit's going to come out on the winning end of this kind of trade.
Yeah, it is far too hard to be able to trade with an Enchantress. And yeah, he's sitting on a salve, but it's not going to be the best spot for them. Malik on the bottom side wants to try and get a kill here onto Snaking. They do get at least a lot of the bonus armor coming in from the Warcry, but it's not going to be enough. Malik with the double edge gets that free kill, and PSG Quest are starting to feel themselves in this game here. They really want to try and play a little bit extra in the mid lane, though.
Yeah.
Noob.
It was an aggressive use of the Heavenly Jump forward to be able to get in onto Melrin.
I thought that was going to be a rare Zeus solo kill. Doesn't get it. Now Melrin.
So it is early enough
okay.
this time around. Predictions. Number of Midases this game?
Oh, okay. 1. I think Skidder will get 1.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like it's 1 actually.
Yeah. I think it's
Maybe
1.
Tree.
I think Snake kind of got that out of necessity because there really wasn't much happening for like 15 minutes, and he's like, I'm sitting in the trees killing creeps. What am I going to do? Get a Midas.
And he wanted a little bit of extra attack speed to be able to hit the Enchantress and still couldn't do it.
Yeah, that's definitely the reason. Guys, I need a Midas so I can punch Enchantress so I can root her. That's what I need.
Yep.
And they're like, oh yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, no worries. 2,000 gold. Like,
Prediction number 2. What HP is the maximum that Malik will get to this game?
Do you think Malik is a double hard enjoyer?
I think he's a single hard overwhelming blink enjoyer.
Yeah, okay. So what's that, like 6,000 or 5.5, I think?
Yeah,
It's
if you like double edge once with the shard.
Yeah, so all right, let's say I'm gonna go buck wild with this. I'm gonna say Malik's gonna get to 7,500 HP
Okay.
at one point.
7.5 and 1 is my prediction.
Come on, blasphemy. That's unfair.
I've taken the bigger one at least, you know.
Yeah, true. I'll take that, but doing the +1's never cool. Very uncouth of you.
I've always wanted to go on the prices, right? How about you?
I think I would be horrible with it because I have a very...
You don't know the value of anything?
Yeah, exactly. I could tell most people the value of Magic Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Anything else, absolutely terrible with.
Dark Magician Girl, priceless.
Depends what set.
True. You're talking to a state champion here, man. You gotta
There's so much deep Danog lore that you guys need to know about.
put respect on the name.
I can't wait for Danog autobiography to come out in 10 years. That's
Who's
gonna
gonna
be the
buy
greatest.
that?
I will. I'll be
I'll
at the
take it.
signing. That's all I need. All right, looks like so far, Team Talon, they're doing a really, really good job in these lanes. They're definitely starting to come out ahead.
Yep.
Malrine. Oh, that was just the burn damage coming from the Dragon Slave.
Yeah, he killed him by, like, I think 4 HP he ended up killing him with. So, very, very significant. Waits a long time to be able to pick up that that second water rune as well. And, well, now he's going to be level 6.
Ooh, Kaori just didn't respect the damage that Crit could do. He thought he was starting to win this trade with Mud Golem, but Crit says, see you later. And we'll take that one from you. And right now, it is a much faster start coming in from Team Falcon. Right?
Bottom
They're
lane
doing
as well.
A lot of damage and starting to win out. The fact that Skidder doesn't go down there, it would have been nice for PSG Quest to be able to pick up, but they don't get it. We were saying that they felt like they were kind of outplaying Team Falcons for most of this game. Most of game number 1, pardon me, but it seems like right now that maybe they took that to heart for Team Falcons. They know they need to play a little bit better.
How does Noob know that that is coming at that point in time? Did they have any sort of... They had no observer ward up towards the top side to see that energy booster was coming to be able to give them the arcane boost. Really nice little play there.
That's raw game knowledge, that is. That's just a feel.
It's got that gamer fuel.
Yep. Got that one. Much more of a monster enjoyer myself. Alright, Kaori, he's getting ran at. We've seen this from game number 1. Snaking goes underneath the tower, Mar comes in, they've got a lot of damage, a lot of magic damage this time around to take down Kaori. The TA-2000 not on the Luna, but is on another good farming hero in the Naga Siren, so they will leave that tier 1 tower, and it looks like they're more than happy to give it away to Amar once again.
That basically feels like an exact copy of what happened last game, right? Snaking makes a rotation up around that 6-minute timing. Make sure you're able to get a kill. They secure the Lotus on the top side.
Yeah, and they just put a lot of pressure on the tier 1 tower. And speaking of pressure, Malik is doing the same in the bottom side with his freshly picked up Vanguard. Omar's coming behind the tower
and
here.
Kaori as
they
well.
want to try and put the pressure here on the Skidder. They want to see if they can try and catch him out. They're going to get directly on top of the Sven. They will have enough first. Stun goes in. They're going to have the Hoost on for the second, as well as the extra damage coming in from Kaori. You can see Noob wanted to snipe that with the Thunder God's Wrath, but unfortunately he was just a little bit off on the timing, so he doesn't get the extra experience from it. And that will just mean now that they don't get involved with their Zeus for the first opening kill of Thunder God's Wrath.
He doesn't even get the assist gold either. Would have been very nice to be able to recover a little bit of that laning discrepancy going up against the Lina. He's fallen, what, 900 gold behind as a result of that solo kill? Yeah, is he going to be okay? Probably not.
No. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for him not able to live. That Roshan was top as well. It being nighttime. Doesn't get the free deny. So, first rotation there from Malrine.
He keeps the siege creep alive, and that tower is going to get denied. Otherwise, Kaori would have been able to pick it up. So, effectively, they are kind of doing their job, right? Making space for the Naga Siren to be able to just... Well, for now, she's sitting up towards the top side, but to split up and farm.
Yeah, get a little of that farm going. Malrine has been involved in a lot of kills so far to be able to get himself a bit more of that extra gold. So
we do have a Midas being queued up by the Naga Siren, by the way.
Oh, I also saw there was a Midas being queued up by Amar, but he went back for the Blade Melt. I was going to talk about it because I was like, I think this is a nice little transition from Amar, because much like game number 1, he's had a pretty free lane, and I think the one issue that he had is he just didn't kind of ball out of control, and I think if you go hand to Midas, then you can kind of become this really greedy offlaner that, you know, Amar is known for, and transition into one of those big cores, but it seems he's just going to go for the Blade Mail once again because Malrine is starting to have a much better start in this game number 2 than what he did in game number 1. A lot of the ganks are really actually starting to connect for him now and putting PSG Quest on notice. So
he's putting in work, yoinking away some of those Wisdom Rune, sorry, not Wisdom Rune stacks as well. It just means that they're just not anywhere as effective at being able to get that quick burst farm. Any stacks being built up on the Falcon side. Just looks like the one hard camp for now, so Skidder doesn't exactly have the easiest time coming back into this game. He's still relatively low on net worth for a Sven. We know how quickly they can balloon out of control.
Yeah, definitely need to keep an eye on a lot of those stacks to see what the stat game is going to be like. Crit is going to start making a few now in the main jungle. We'll see a few more of these ancient stacks pop up very, very soon, I'd imagine.
They smoked under a ward just then, so they're going to be able to back off just in time.
They're going to head towards top, it seems.
Yeah. I guess they're going to be happy enough with Cowrie, but he seems to know what's going on. And Ma, as soon as he moves away from the lane, it means that there's something going on, but he's actually going to get intercepted here.
Yeah, he's just going to go down. He is trying to run away with the Stampede, but that is too much damage. 4 members from the side of Team Falcons are going towards his tier 1 tower. Kaori was a bit of a thorn in their side.
He's dragging the creep wave, though.
Yeah.
Look at it, you Laguna plated the Hellbent Smasher. But, yeah, no, it's not going to be enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was kind of just doing this for the last couple of minutes, was just kind of pulling the creeps away with a lot of these Hellbear Smashers, so I can see that Malrain having that frustration to just get rid of the creep. They will eventually deal with the tier 1 tower. So it is nice here for Team Falcons to deal with. So they want to pressure towards this mid-tier 1 to the side of PSG Quest. They don't really have the same pushing power as what they did in the previous game, so it is very hard for them to just kind of take these towers for free. I did see that there was a Blade Mail being completed here by Malik, so doesn't want to go for an early Blink Dagger, wants to just try and play around with this Lina, who's able to pop the Blade Mail when she hits an LSA. It means that the whole combination may just stop. Snaking and Skidder. I want to see if they can get the kill here onto Kaori. They do have the damage, and Crit is able to take him down. It's actually Skidder with the God Strength that gets the kill onto that, and Team Falcon, they are just going so fast here. It's almost a breakneck pace for PSG Quest to try and deal with.
Yeah, I think if you went the Blink Dagger on the Centaur, it's just such an all-in commitment, it kind of feels like, right? Like, if you don't get kills off the back of it, it's not helping you farm at all. It's not really helping you at all if you are the one that gets gone on. Blade Mail is just so much more versatile, right? And it's something that you're still going to hold into the later stages of the game.
Yep. Speaking of, he does pop it. Stays a little bit healthier. Amar starting to get eyed off by some of these PSG Quest members. But they will just leave him for now. He has changed his mind quite a lot when it comes to his item build. He had another Midas queued up for the Conquer. Wants to try and go towards the pipe this time around, so be a little bit more of the kind of Aura's Conquer rather than like an actual damage dealer himself, feeling like with the Lina and the Sven, they've got that kind of area covered.
I think they've got the Phylactery done now on the Zeus as well, so maybe they want to go for some sort of a smoke play, but is there really any tower that they can look to get? I suppose with the Centaur having a lot of that strength, they feel like they want to be able to maybe just get a quick kill onto someone, but snaking isn't that one. It feels like a lot of time spent walking and not a lot of time spent doing here on Quest so far.
Yeah, it feels like they've kind of just walked back and forth and really haven't done much. They at least get a stat going, and Mar's going to walk in. He's going to pop a lot of damage here. He will be able to at least deal with the Phantom. So, it's just damage more than anything, but there's just a lot of members for Team Falcon side to be able to stand here towards this tier 1 tower, and it doesn't look like Quest want to try and defend the tower at all. So they're going to lose another one of their tier 1s early on here, man.
I mean, it does mean that this Midas is really going to pay off, though, on TA 2000. It's the item that you buy when there's not as many creeps to farm, right? You know that your illusions are going to be, you know, able to invade the other side of the map. They're going to be able to pick up a lot of their farm there, but yeah, for the hero itself, you're really going to have slim pickings, both in terms of levels and what your actual hero is able to do. So it's a good Midas pickup here for TA 2000. It's just a matter of for the rest of the team to be able to make space for him, and it feels to me like they're waiting for 500 gold for Malik to be able to have this Blink Dagger for himself, and he's taking by far the most aggressive farm, I would say, on the map.
Yeah, really just kind of putting himself in harm's way, and that's exactly what's going to come towards him, is a little bit of harm. Amar's going to be able to find him out with the X marks the spot. They're going to turn it back around here with the LSA on top with the Mystic Flare. Oh, that Blade Mail almost took crit with him. But enough to be able to take down the pesky Centaur.
I honestly wonder at what point you go for just some sort of magic resistance item on this Centaur, right? You're going to get the Blink, sure, but even just a casual cloak is going to provide you so much value against the likes of a Skywrath and this magic damage Lina.
Speaking of the Lina, that was maximum rage LSA from Malrain to be able to catch out Kaori, who was just heaping away from their jungle. So again, PSG Quest, they are getting spanked here in this early game. We were praising them after game number 1, but it seems like right now Team Falcons, they really just kind of put respect back on the name, and they really want to try and play to their utmost.
Amar's very deep. Looks like he'll be able to get away, though.
It's kind of hard for them to commit onto him, right? Because of the Blade Mail, Noob, you know, can't just dump the entirety of his mana pool in towards that Conquer. They're looking towards TA2000.
Dire's bottom
They at least clear a lot of his illusions, and Skidder, he's been left to his own devices as well. He's 2 levels above TA2000, and they are starting to put a lot of emphasis onto this Naga Siren. Crit wanted to see if he can catch him out with a concussive shot. Isn't able to hit it. He's going to leave him be, but this map is starting to shrink here for Quest, and the question is, are they able to try and bite back once they get this Blink Dagger here on a Malik?
Should have it after this hard camp, so we'll see what they're able to do. It's a 6k net worth lead and a giant stack being taken as well at the exact same time. They would love for Noob to be able to have the Aetherlands, that's the one. He will, but not before Cowrie ends up dying.
Yep. First use of the Rod of Atos coming in from Crit, nets the free kill there onto the Enchantress. He is also going to be picking up a Midas. Same with Snaking, so we are completely off when it comes to only having one hand of Midas. Smoke though, they do find them out. Nice little Thunder God trap. Beautiful Hoostomp catches onto 2. It's both the supports holding hands in the jungle, and unfortunately they're not here in the mid lane to kiss. They're here to die.
They do know that they've got some sort of vision up on the high ground there, and Skip is actually going to be behind the rest of them. Ends up being able to secure them. Ooh, is that going to be enough? Maybe it will.
Kind of scary. They don't have the Thunder God's Wrath, but with the X-Mark and the Lakuta Blade, yeah, that was enough to take down Omar. So, Quest, they get themselves 2 supports and stick around a little bit too long and lose one of their own.
Gotta say, this Zeus really hasn't paid off, right? I was a little... When it came out, I did understand it. You know, you've got, again, the percent damage from the Arc Lightning feels pretty good against a Sven and a Kunkka, but in the laning matchup against the Lina, like, you give up a lot. You basically need to rely entirely on your spells to be able to secure any sort of last hits, because Lina's just going to outrange you almost every single time. I really is feeling it right now. A full 2K, excuse me, behind Malrine.
Yeah, everybody's really on struggle streak right now for PSG Quest. They are just kind of waiting for TA2000 to start to open the map up for them, and hopefully they can get to a point where they can win some of these skirmishes as 4. Try and get a little bit of that extra net worth going their way, start to build towards the scary moments of these cores.
They go for a smoke as a team,
but Snaking does a good job of breaking the smoke, so he will pay with his life, but that means that nobody else is going to cop the wrath of PSG Quest.
It's a mark of a good player. Tactical feed coming through there from the Dream Protector. Although, I mean, with his death, it means that they don't... Well, he doesn't even have a point in the living armor, but they don't have quite as many tools to be able to protect this tier 1 tower. It looks like crit's going to be enough, though, just with a concussive.
Yeah, and they don't really have good tower pushes, right? Like, it's only the Naga Siren, and even then, she doesn't really take towers that fast, so... Probably not the worst that, you know, Snaking loves to go for this much more aggressive build rather than going for the living armor.
Maybe Cowrie with a Dark Troll Summoner, you never know. He has died 7 times already, so he's understandably a little bit more apprehensive. All those rally skeletons, though, yeah, there we go.
That's a lot of work, man. Like, look at that go. He's gonna get it. He's just gonna kill him down.
They're gonna get a mark.
Oh my god, this looks like it is all coming up Millhouse right now. Unfortunately, they lose TA2000 on the other side of the map, though, so... Tier 1 tower and a core kill. I mean, it's a net change in the net worth going the way of Team Falcon. So, probably not the worst, especially because they take down Malik as well off the back of crit. Was that just a solo kill?
I think it was. He's got the Fairy's Trinket, he's got full points Ancient Seal, and, well, they might end up getting another.
Oh, Noob's just dead. He doesn't have the Heavenly Jump. Did he jump
probably
towards
did
the
too.
mid lane as well? Oh no, the LSA is beautiful from Malrine. That was
10-0-2, 18 minutes into the game. Grandmaster Lina really wanting to make amends for that game number 1.
Yep, just putting in work so far with the Lina. You can see why they wanted to pick it. He's doing a lot so far. And that's when he starts getting scary, right? He's able to have that Flame Cloak do the damage. Kaori. It's been found out they don't have the Mystic Flare coming in from crit, so he isn't able to catch himself a nice little freebie thanks to the Rod of Atos, but at least it's damage. Pesco to Ward here coming in from Snaking as well. He's out of vision of the Sentry, so they will be able to keep that for a little bit longer.
So Malik is at least a Reaver enjoyer. Doesn't have it picked up just yet, but got it in the old quick buy. Could be an overwhelming blink, could be the heart. Whichever way it might be, it's going to be give him a lot of value. I still do like that cloak option though, right? Like, especially once Amar, if he does choose to go into the Aghanim Scepter, going to protect against that, going to protect against the Lina, the Skywrath.
Oh no,
they found
TA2000
Yeah.
is just dead. Flame Cloak, LSA, Laguna Blade, it is all over Red Rover. They still want to fight without their Nagasari. If they get the kill here on Malrain, this is massive for them. Look at the amount of gold that goes in the Kaori's pockets.
Let's go. The true carries arrive.
He's almost got 2,000 gold just because he killed Malrain. That's wild. That is bonkers to me. Nice little blink away there from Malik as well with a little hop. But unfortunately for Omar, X marks as well as the Sven Stormhammer means that is just going to be a dead Grimstroke. So maybe would have liked a little bit of gold going towards Omar instead of Kaori, but you know, beggars can't be choosers, I guess.
This tower's probably going down though. No glyph available. Malik's going to be the one to secure the protection of this Tormentor.
They want to
Maybe
fight.
more?
TA2000 has come in, so they're going to leave it be for now. TA2000 once again just going to go back to the farming. Wants to try and build this hard up. Let's try and become a very strong Nagasara, and they want to see if they can get the... I always get so nervous when I watch teams take the Tormentor, especially like directly at 20 minutes because it is such a risk. It is very spicy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, Midases are activated here for Team Falcon. They are looking to try and get some kills going either way. If they can find TA2000 and kill him again, this could be horrible. They get the scan.
To get greedy with his movements, yeah, the scan just off the mark, and with the daytime, they'll see him get back to the safety of his base.
So it gets away from that gank. That could have been horrendous if they lost to TA2000 again.
Honestly, even just having this 4-star is going to be really significant for Kaori now. Like, they're still going to get an objective in Roshan for Falcons, but now you've got a way to provide a little bit of disruption, right? You're not always going to have that easy Mystic Flare combination. You're not always going to be able to just land that perfect boat combination as well.
Speaking of boats, there's a lot of members around Amar here. I don't know if they have the damage for it. They're getting close, but without the eyes on the rest of the roster of Team Falcons, they're just going to have to leave Amar be.
Oh, pop the Stampede, but the Xbox is there.
Yeah, he doesn't get away from the Conquer for now. He does
No
have the
Lina
Reaver, so
or
he's at least
Sven.
quite healthy.
Are they still winning this fight even without those two?
They look like they may not be, because they do just lose their Tree Protector. I thought they were going to be able to at least get themselves a free kill. You could see the trepidation from Quest, right? They knew that there was some potential for the Sven and the Lina to be able to come through that twin gate and really be able to come for the backstab, but they weren't. They didn't want to have a bar of it, so they just let them be, and they eventually get themselves a kill on the snaking.
Getting closer and closer towards these next items. You know, have it up for the Reaver now on TA2000. He's got his level 15 as well. He's gone a very, surprise, farm-intensive build with the mirror image damage instead of the 15 strength. He really just wants to, again, use all the space that his team is trying so desperately to make for him to push out the map, to force Falcons to play a little bit more defensively. At least rotate Amar back with like an X-Mark TP to be able to clear out a wave of illusions and creeps.
Yeah, you can see now he's ever close towards that heart. Oh, Omar and Amar. Oh, Omar, that's unfortunate. He just saw him. This little tree doesn't provide that much vision for you, Omar. He at least gets a silence and a...
He just swapped the Tumbler's toy in.
Oh, he's breaking ankles. Oh, unfortunately, the tidal wave's too strong. So Omar gets the kill there onto the Grimstroke. I thought that was going to be the Great Escape. It was not. Want to fight mid though, they know Amar's not here. They've come in, and they've found crit, they take him down thanks to TA2000. BKB gets popped by Skidder. They also use the Flame Cloak as well, Matt, so a lot of these abilities are now on cooldown.
And again, like, you really didn't use all that much. You've got the Thunder God's Wrath up in another 15. You've still got the Song available. Sure, you don't have Stampede, but I mean, the big things that you're worried about, kiting out that BKB timing, for example, is gone now.
Yeah, that's what two uses of the BKB so far from Skidder, and really hasn't amounted to much. It's down to a 7-second BKB. We'll be 6 seconds in no time. Hearts are plenty. Malik's picked one up, now with TA2000 as well. So it's getting to the point where we really need to try and utilize this lead. Malrine has really slowed down after that death. He's going towards the E-Blade. It's going to be a very, very scary hero in a lot of these fights, but a lot of these hearts coming up. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage, but is it 3.2k HP damage, you know?
I mean, a big part of it comes down to, you know, are they actually even able to get in onto the right target as well for Malrine, right? You're going up against a Naga Siren. It comes a little bit easier when you've got, you know, all the cleaves and all that coming through from the Sven and the Kunkka, but most of the time when you're looking to use this E-Blade, Flame Cloak, Laguna Blade combination, you're the one making the aggressive move, and, well, you just see what Skidder's able to do with that Silver Edge.
Well, they're stampeding to try and get a kill here onto Crit. Looks like it is going to be Kaori who will be able to find out the Skywrath Mage, but can they get out of dodge? No, they
Flame
can't.
Cloak, Laguna.
Yep, he just walks up and goes bzz.
Zap.
See you later.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Amar now has the Ags and the pipe ready, so there's a lot of damage mitigation that this Kunkka's going to be able to provide for his Sven and the Lina. Who, speaking of the Sven, really haven't been talking about Skidder all too much, but he's just been kind of slowly blinking away. Now has gotten himself a Silver Edge. It's going to be
We're close to a
scary
fourth
hero.
Midas as well. This one time for the Zeus coming through next.
No way. A Zeus Midas? You got... Oh my god. What kind of degeneracy are we seeing here?
Sick human
Zeus
being.
Is going on Midas? Like,
Yeah.
What? Zeus Midas. Now, like, come on. Come on. This is surely a joke, noob. Come on, mate.
I can kind of understand, like, when you're going up against an Enchantress, right? Nice, easy way to be able to just yeet away one of the little creeps that he's playing with, but not the Zeus, for sure. I mean, sure, you are someone that makes great use out of the levels, and who knows, maybe he's just playing for that level 20 timing, right? He really just wants to get that +6 Arc Lightning current health as damage, going up against, you know, the likes of a Sven, who's going to be Giga Tanky, who's already used 2 of his BKB charges. You've got a Kunkka that's got plenty of health as well to be able to make plays around with.
Yeah, not a bad shout. Not a bad shout. We'll see if it pays off, though. It's the real question whenever I see these Midases, like, in the mid game. I'm like, is it going to pay off? Or do you feel like that 2,000 gold could have been spent somewhere else?
I mean, Noob is a guy that knows the strength of mid laners and their, like, talent timings. You know, probably the biggest one that he had was the Snapfire that really, before it got moved to the level 25 point, he was the first one to address the fact that, hey, if I just go a Midas, I actually can get up to this level 20 and it's still kind of okay. Like, I minimize my weak point.
And there is a weak point in this tier 3 tower because Skidder just goes up and knocks on it and see if anybody's home. It's at least half HP to it. They can constantly just kind
they don't
of
have
chip
God
away.
strength, though. That's the big thing, right? They're just hanging back. They're making sure that they can take this Wisdom Rune away because, you know, why not? And then immediately go for the smoke after. Yeah, again, why not? They've got a timing of when this God strength is going to be wearing off. They don't want to be fighting right now.
Okay, they're going to come in. Oh, the timing on that for Amar buys him a little bit of extra time, but is it going to be enough? The water park's going to go down. It's a lot of damage, and Laguna Bay takes down the Malik.
Surely he
There's
does.
going to be no Centaur for this. Amar surely will go down. So they trade offlaners here, so that's a big positive for the side of PSG Quest. They thought that was going to be an opportunity for them to try and get a kill, maybe onto Skidder. But it just,
And
with
Snaking
that,
picks up the double damage. 278 damage this Treant Protector has right now. Wow!
go Snake in, punch someone. Do it.
Quickly, with your hand of Midas.
Quickly. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the punches, but there was a nice little fight there from Quest. They got themselves an opportunity. There was a nice timing coming in from Amar to be able to have that the tidal wave to buy him a little bit of that extra space. That was probably enough for them to be able to secure the kill there onto Malik. Now Skitter's looking. He's scheming. He's trying to find somebody. Doesn't catch anybody lacking for the side of Quest though.
I get the feeling that Amar, like, he's got the Octarine and the BKB queued up. I personally would much rather he go the BKB next, just because you've got the Roshan about to respawn. You know that you're just going to be so much more effective against, honestly, every single one of these heroes. Maybe not the Naga Siren, as long as you've got that little bit of extra layer of protection.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think BKB is probably a very rightful choice because he really kind of just needs to be the guy who soaks up some of these spells. He just needs to soak up a bit of the time, soak up a bit of the damage, and allow Skitter as well as Malrine to be able to just kind of float around these fights and deal big amounts of damage that they have. And as long as he's alive with the BKB, then that's all that he really needs to do here for Amar. Octarine is going to be nice for the water park, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be as important as the BKBs. And timings now, we're going to have a Shadow Blade. I'm not quite sure if it's the full Silver Edge for TA2000 that's going to be coming out. It is just the Shadow Blade, so now the Naga Siren's getting to the point where he's starting to be able to deal the damage, but I haven't really felt the impact of TA2000 just yet. He hasn't been able to come into these team fights and be that scary presence. He's got a lot of evasion, but that's really kind of it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was pretty impressed by the fact that Crit has only died 3 times so far this game. I really thought his life would be a little bit more challenging. He died towards the very start of that previous team fight, but beyond that, his positioning has been basically flawless. And he's, what, 250 gold away from Ags as well? So he's doing a great job.
Which is massive for a Sky Mage in a lot of these fights as well, right? Just being able to constantly just pump out a lot of these spells. And with the slow nature of these games, a lot of these Midases floating around, like it really starts to pay off for these supports, especially because there's been constantly both swapping in the Philosopher's Stone. Kaori is definitely dead here with a shield rune on top of Skiddo. It is all too hard for them to be able to just kind of stand there and try and dissuade the Sven.
Tread swaps in vain, trying to get away.
Yeah.
So he was like, it treads, can't have that.
Won't be looking like that. So, Amal walking in with the pipe and the freshly picked up Octarine core. We'll just look at the tier 3 tower and they're going to set their sights on the Tormentor. Skitter's like, get away, and I'll just do it myself. How much healing? Ooh, it's not going to be enough, so... Alright, so no Tormentor kill for them. What's the plan here for Quest?
Yeah, they don't have Malrine there either. He's got the TP available with the Boots of Travel if he absolutely needs to. But I think without that Inkswell available, Malik is just not feeling quite as confident to be the one leading the charge. Roshan coming up in 10 seconds, and it's going to be bottom. They'll actually see the fact that Crit TP'd all the way back to base. Now's the time to go.
Yeah, they want to try and get on top of Snake King. They haven't been able to find him out. They do hit him with the dust, and with the Inkswell, that's going to be enough for them to take down the tree and Protector. Oh, TH2000, oh no, he just walked outside of the pit. Go back in and check. Come on. Oh, Quest. Oh,
they don't exactly take it really quickly, though, is the thing.
Yeah, that's true. That is definitely true, and I think they're probably going to be looking towards some of these objectives, maybe towards
noob.
He's in the backside, but he's been found out by the Sven. That's too much damage for them to try and deal with. They get directly in on top of the Skywrath Mage, who gets caught out and gets killed as well. Skidder now standing and fighting against the Naga Siren. Isn't working out well for him, but with the BKB as well as the Chord Strength, it's going to be more than enough. They have to pop the Song of the Siren to at least try and keep TA2000 happy and safe. But now the song is over. Another X-Marks comes down thanks to that Octarine core. He tries to get out of it with the split. Doesn't get it done. Skidder comes back in for a fight. TA2000 goes inside the Shadow Blade. And we'll get away, so Quest will be able to hold their ground for now. They found him out once again. Laguna Blade, zap, see you later. Malrine goes into the BKB form, and they will take down the carry of the Team Talent as well, with Skidder going down. So Quest are at least answering back in kind. They're doing a lot of damage here from Kaori, but is it going to be enough for them? Overgrowth goes down. Omar's going to burn down. Malrine wants to try and look for this stupid little Enchantress. Hasn't been able to find him just yet. LSA is going to be at the ready in just a moment, and Malrine wants to try and fight for him, but now with the Zeus coming back in, it's going to be very hard for them to try and keep this fight rolling. And both teams are just kind of chopping and changing, going in and trying to
they don't know what staking is.
They've come forward. They haven't dealt the damage to the Lina just yet. Noob, he's overcommitted. He doesn't have the heavenly jump anymore. And now in comes Crit. He's going to be able to take down the Zeus. They get it done. Quest, they've overextended. They don't confirm the kills. And now they are just stuck between a rock and a hard place and just being kited around by X marks the spot. And that will be a kill on a Malik as well. Quest, what looked like a good start for them to be able to take down a quick kill, just turned into a disaster.
Man, that feel when you're a Centaur and literally the only thing holding you back from being effective is that you just run out of mana. Like, he had used about 8 different hoof stomps in that single fight, I think, and he just had nothing else by the end of it.
Running absolutely dry on the big horseman, and they just ran out of damage, I think, man. Like, it was just not enough for them to be able to convert onto Malrine. Like, he was kind of limping away on the Lina, but just not having the damage coming in from the Zeus, and you could see they were just slightly disconnected with how they wanted to play. Malrine walks in, shield rune at the ready, will try and get the kill. That is an instant blow up onto the Grimstrode. And Malrine
got the wisdom rune as well on Snape.
Very scary.
He's got his Blink Dagger as well on the Tree Protector, so now that Blink Overgrowth becomes a factor as well.
It just feels like Quest just haven't answered any of these questions that were posed to them by Team Talon, right? You know, Skidder.
Carrie's got a Moonshot.
One scary boy. I don't know if Carrie is going to be able to get out of this scot-free, though. The Sven's going to try and come in. They will get the root going. Don't get the Sporink back in the right direction. He's trying to live through this. Kaori with the help of the Song of the Siren is going to be enough, but the Overgrowth completely misses. So, they don't catch any more with this, but you can just see with this net worth lead here, Matt, this definitely looks like Team Falcon should be able to even up the series here in game number 2.
Should be able to, yeah, and, well, even providing a little bit of extra assistance against the Naga Siren now. With the Warcry, passive armor coming through from the Aghanim Shard Tormentor. Noob, though, we haven't really seen the true value out of the Midas yet. He's nearly got 2 full charges on it. Hopefully he's able to move forward and secure at least one of those. Yep, there we go. Onto the Siege Creep. So brings him up to level 18. I really feel like that level 20 is what he's waiting for.
There's going to be a lot of the damage coming in from the Zeus as well, especially with this Octarine Core on the horizon. Killer's a ways away from it, so it's not like Noob is getting to the point where he is being a scary nuisance in these fights. It's got so much resistances now for the entirety of Team Falcon, and with Roche up as well, this is just going to be Aegis number 2. It's going to be Cheese probably going the way of Skidder. It's almost an inevitability, right? Where it kind of feels like game number 1 where Quest were just kind of taking all the objectives on the map and just waiting until they were able to end the game.
And now you've got Laguna Blade pure damage as well, so even some of those items that I was talking about before aren't actually going to be as big of a factor, right? Like, you've got a BKB, I believe, now finished up on the Centaur. Any sort of magic resist is going to be pretty ineffective against the Lina, at least. Still protects you against the Skyroth Mage for sure, but, I mean, Crit is scaling pretty damn well. He's level 20.
He's big. He's a big boy. Global
Early Midas
shot.
wins games.
Yeah, early Midases do win games because he's just able to kind of take over the map. Question is, how much do Quests let go here? You know, how many of these lanes are they willing to give up? I'd imagine 1 is perfectly fine for them playing into an Aegis. They're just going to try and chip away with Noob here. Pipe's going to do.
Carrie's putting himself on the front line. Nice tidal wave.
Yeah, he's just dead. Gets zapped down. He's got no buyback either, so it's very hard for them to try and play against this this pipe.
Alex in
the background, but with BKB, I don't think it's really going to do all too much. TH2000
You
is going
think?
to try and take his own lane of racks on the bottom side of the map. They take down Skidder, so the first life goes down, and TH2000 is still chipping away on the bottom side of the map to be able to get rid of this first lane of racks, but Malik goes down and no buyback for him.
TH2000 is just full-on rat, though. You end up getting a tier 3 tower first. Despite being 20k behind, Malrine, he's going to be able to come back, and it's only 4 seconds until he's got his spells back up.
Oh, he gets himself
Any
away
gems?
thanks to the guys of the Shadow Blade, and the Tidal Wave is not going to be enough, so Malrine, the BKB doesn't really do too much, and now Quest, I want to try and move forward and see if they can catch some of these retreating members from Falcons.
They're somehow ahead in terms of like what objectives they've been able to take.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. being so far behind, but TA2000 all about the Rat Dota. He is at the point now where he is basically slaughtered, right? Like, you can only really replace the treads, and at that point, is it really worth it? Hex is going to be the next available choice for the Naga Siren.
Anytime those BKBs start running low and anything that's going to enable you to find just a guaranteed solo pickoff, you take it every single chance. Again, he did choose to go a bit more of the... I don't want to call it glass cannon because the Naga Siren does have 3.4k HP. But, you know, extra mirror image illusion, pretty standard. The mirror image damage, the riptide damage. Like, he is just a right-clicking beast right now on TA.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to put the carry pants on. Is it going to be enough, though? That's the real question that I've got sitting on my lips. They did a decent amount of work, I think, for Quest being able to hold that without TA2000. And they're getting ever close to that level 20 talent, but TA2000 been found out. Don't have the BKB here just yet. They get completely slowed down. He gets all the way away. Oh, TA2000 with a sliver of HP lives against the entire initiation that comes in from Team Falcons, and they're the first ones that lose their life as well here. They will lose their Centaur once again with no buyback. But the important hero lives, and that is TA2000. Same with Noob as well. So with these two big cores still alive, Team Falcons can't end the game just yet. I thought that was where it was going to be all over Red Rover.
Yeah, double 4 stuff, getting him on out of there. He also had the Shadow Blade to make sure that some of those right clicks didn't land. He had the Harpoon literally chaining towards him at the time that he was able to get away under the guise of invisibility. So, whew, really playing on a knife's edge right now.
Yeah, all it takes is one small mishap or one small clutch play, and this game can swing one way or another. 20,000 gold behind. What's the win probability looking like as well? 81% for the side of Team Falcon. Over 5,000 experience ahead, 21 plus levels. There is a lot going the way of Team Falcon right now to get.
And there's a lot on the line as well, right? Like, this is, granted, not the grand finals, but this is representing MENA for the first time in an official capacity in, like, a gigantic tournament. ESL Kuala Lumpur, it's a big deal.
Yeah, it's very, very important for a lot of these players. And getting to that grand final in the first spot is very important for either one of these two teams, not having to play through the lower bracket.
Lukari. Is he going to be okay? Flame Cloak, Malrine going for the backstab.
He kills him. Yep. He doesn't even have to hit the Ethereal Blade. He just does so much damage with just the LSA and the Laguna Blade.
Have the buyback at least this time.
They have to be careful. Noob doesn't want to get caught out here. He bought a Blink Dagger as well. So he has that extra bit of mobility. They want to try and go for the fight trick. Goes into the background though. The Zeus oh so low. This is not what you want to see if you are Noob. They're going to throw the Song of the Siren out into the winds to see if they can try and stop a little bit more of this aggression.
EKB is used on the Sven.
Get their reveal. To go back in. Skidder. Oh so low here on the Sven, but TA2000 he's standing and fighting. How much damage do they have? It looks like the Naga Siren is starting to lose the fight. Malrine on the sideline blows them up. At least we'll get the buyback coming in, but Noob once again he's oh so low. He's getting in towards his fights. They don't get the extra kill there with the Mystic Flare, and TA2000 wants to walk in and try and take more of these Team Falcon members with him, but it's just Crit who will offer up his body to keep his buddies alive. So it was a buyback out of TA2000. They lose the whole lane of racks, but they still hold on to the game.
They hold on to the game, but I mean, this puts a lot of pressure on them to be able to take this this next Roshan. And we were talking about it before. They don't exactly have the strongest lineup to be able to do it. And if there's any time to buy out for an item, it's now. Noob, he brings himself down to basically 0 gold, buying out that Scythe of Ice. He's also got that level 20 off the back of that, so extra 6% arc lightning damage coming through. Are they going to be able to find anyone here? TA2000 is hunting.
At least vision around. There was a nice TP out there from Snay as well as Amar. So.
And Melrine as well. He's got the Boots of Travel too. He wouldn't have been able to get out if that was just the regular Boots of Travel. That extra 1 second of TP time reduction is actually a really big deal.
It's quite overlooked by a lot of people. Does mean that it only takes 2 seconds. To get out of there, which is ridiculous when you think of the way that TP scrolls work in Dota. So, as you said, Scythe of Ice picked up here from Noob. I thought maybe he might go for a little bit more of a tanky item with maybe like the Octarine Core. to try and provide him with a little bit of extra HP, but they do feel like the Hex is going to be much more important for them, especially if they get some of these pickoffs early on. Like, you catch out Skidder early on, maybe you catch out Malrine. Malrine really doesn't have many defensive items, just does have the BKB, but Blink Hex is more than enough to catch him out.
You have defensive teammates, though. You have defensive spells. You got the boat, you got the pipe, you got the overgrowth, you got the living armor. There's a lot to be able to protect. It just relies on the team being around each other at the time. Right now, they're playing a little spread. And,
he's been found out with the Hex. They've got the Hoostorm. Do they have the extra stuns? They do. The chain stun goes down. Malrine was trying to be a sneaky little boy in the top side of the map with a flame cloak, but we talked about it. Blink Hex, it's a little strong.
And you really can't afford to do that. I understand doing it previously when you had a creep wave in the base, when you had the rest of the team playing behind you, but no one on Quest was revealing at that point, so he's given his life up 30 seconds before a potential Roshan. You were top of the net worth charts right there. You've given a lot of gold over to Noob as well, so despite the fact that he just bought out that Scythe of Ice, he's nearly got buyback immediately.
Yeah, it's just a lot of gold that just went in the pocket of the Zeus. They do take down Malik's Courier, though, so he will not have this Lotus Orb, and unfortunately for him, he bought out for that as well. So there's 3 minutes without the buyback or the Lotus Orb. So Malik has to be very, very careful how he plays these next couple of minutes. He cracked the 5 Midas mark with
Still there somehow.
Omar being able to get his own.
Sure, why not? I really want to see them take out this tier 1 tower. It's actually a pretty big deal, right? Roshan coming up in 20 seconds. If you take away that buyback TP point, then suddenly it just doesn't feel anywhere near as strong to be able to take the fight on Falcons. But with that living armor, maybe with the double siege creep wave, it'll be enough to be able to take this tower out. But look at the lines being drawn on the map. They're like, this is where they could be. Let's make sure that we're clearing out any sort of wards on the way. And make sure that we can take a fight on our terms to get the jump that we need.
They know, they found out Skidder, they saw him underneath one of these walls with the Sentry Ward as well. They're going towards the background, they want to try and take down Crit. They get the leash together with the Soul Bind as well. How much damage do they have though? The Water Park has already gone down. TA2000 up into the air, no BKB, it's already, he's just dead. They've deleted 2 of the cores and Quest. They will lose the fight that they initiated. Oh, you hate to see it if you are a Quest fan, but Team Falcons are absolutely licking their lips. TA2000, his BKB was in his backpack. There's no way for him to be able to get that BKB off, and Amar just be able to get the Water Park off just means that fight is so simple for them.
It wasn't even like that was a full-on team effort there. Like everyone on the team did about 1,000 damage to Centaur, for example, and he wasn't able to pop the BKB despite going from full to 0 with 5.5k HP and a heart and a blade mail.
It's just too much damage, and you can see now they know that there's going to be no buyback. They at least force out the glyph from Quest, but can they hold for 60 seconds? All it takes is for them to get a whiff of where Noob is, and they'll be able to catch him out. They do get the Refresher Orb going in. They will be able to get the Soul Bind. Double Hex goes forward. Noob those.
It's got to be Noob frontlining. He's the only one with buyback, so you got to offer your life up, even if it's only delaying things for 5 or so seconds.
Yeah, they're just going to Water Park and walk in. He has blinked himself out off to the side, and Skidder will just try and set his attention towards the Ancient.
They just call it.
being dropped. They will just bow out of this game number 2. So Danog, we are going to go deeper into this series. We're going to go all the way into the morn. I believe the sun is about to rise here on the eastern coast of Australia. We get a game number 3. Team Falcon, they bounced back from game number 1, and they came in with a vengeance in this game number 2. And I'm excited to see what game number 3 is going to bring us to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cowrie ended up dying a fair few times in that early game. He was 0-7-1. About only 12 or so minutes in. Never the start that you want, but Malrine, just getting solo kills in that mid lane, picking off targets individually. He was just an absolute beast on this laner. You have to say that maybe the Zeus wasn't the best answer to it, just because it felt like Malrine got completely out of control off the back of that laning phase.
Yeah, definitely feel like this was a Malrine special that was coming into game number 2, and I'm excited to see what more heroes come out. I feel like we haven't seen too many crazy things come out of both of these two teams. I feel like there is still definitely a lot left in the tank for game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break. We're going to see game number 3 on the other side of this. Make sure you join us in a few minutes for game number 3.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur MENA closed qualifiers, and this is the upper bracket final between Team Falcons and PSG Quest. We're in a game number 3 here, Denog, and this is where all the marbles put on the table, and we're going to see who gets to come out on top and go into the grand final as our first potential qualifier to ESL 1 at Kuala Lumpur. Is it going to be Quest? Is it going to be Team Falcons? I don't really know, to be perfectly honest. I think this is basically anybody's game coming into game number 3.
Speaking of marbles, do you ever watch those guys that have like an obsession with marbles? Like there's this one guy who lives in like, I want to say Germany, and he's got this big maze that he like labels the marbles as to like which one's faster, and he has them on a whole circuit, and it's like a full-on obsession. You should YouTube it. It's very fun.
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm going to waste my time doing something like that.
It's really, it just, I don't know, it tickles my weird bone.
Yeah, I was going to say that doesn't sound like anything that I want to be watching for the foreseeable future, so I'll leave the weird marble
YouTube,
guys to you. In some dark times, maybe when I'm trying to go to sleep after this series, I'll look up a weird marble guy in Germany, and I'll see what I get. But something else that I want to talk about is the draft, and the question to you is, do Quest this time leave Kunkka available and take it for themselves? Because I think Kunkka has been kind of one of those heroes across this series that has been omnipresent and has felt very good in both the games it was played.
I mean, Amar's the one drafting for Falcons. He'd love to pick it up if it gets through to them. I don't really see it being as much for Quest Hero, right? And yeah, that's a big reason why they're the ones that are going to go ahead and ban it and pick up the Chaos Knight, which also got let through. I mean, you can't let Skidder have that either.
Very true. It is kind of like a pick your poison, right, for Quest, and I think that's kind of what Team Falcons were kind of doing with the heroes that they left open. There still was quite a lot of the good ones. There still is Grimstroke that you can play for. You can play for the Treant Protector now as well for Snaky if you want to try and go along those lines. Maybe you want to try and have some of these heroes that has a little bit more of the illusion clear against the Chaos Knight. You could look towards something along the lines of like a Panda. They just go for the Grimstroke. Okay, so
you can still just like. Bristle wasn't picked or banned in the last game. Like, I'm surprised
he wasn't in game number 1 either. I don't think anybody touched him in game number 1. So
I'm surprised it's getting this far through. I mean, against the CK, it's a little bit awkward just because of the reality rift, kind of like dragging people in and changing the direction. Like that feels a little awkward. So maybe they're not going to pick it up against the Chaos Knight. But what are the real answers to the Chaos Knight, right? Over time, it's been like Underlord, Winter Wyvern's an alright one. Jakiro actually isn't all that bad against it as well, just a really high amount of AoE damage that's unavoidable. But the big thing is, you could just get like exploded in one hit from a single, Phantasm into Chaos Bolt Reality Rift combo.
And that's kind of the scary part with Chaos Knight, right? And that's why I think he's kind of rise to popularity is he's a very tanky hero, and he can also have that kind of burst physical damage that is very, very hard for a lot of these supports to try and deal with, even some of these cores. So the question is now for Team Falcons is what do they pull out of the bag of tricks? I mean, I feel like if people had these easy kind of answers for Chaos Knight, he probably wouldn't be first banned against every team, right? So
it's just one of those heroes that like... I feel like it's had the potential to be strong for a while, but it's just those little buffs that creep up time after time after time, and the big one that ended up pushing him over the edge was the level 15 talent, the one that makes him take less damage from his Phantasm illusions. So now it only takes like an additional, I want to say 175% damage, which really isn't all that much.
Especially when he's a hero that has like 4.7k HP, right? Like, Heart, Armlet, Echo Saber, BKB.
Perfect
like,
metaphor.
All strength items for the Chaos Knight. So
yeah,
looks like the Dragon Knight will be the response though from Team Falcons. This is a hero that I think has quite a lot of flexibility. Maybe not as much as a position 1, but I think as a 2 and a 3, it definitely can find its place in the lanes.
So, like TI-12 wasn't the damage reduction meta, kind of like TI-11 was with the whole Wraith Pact and that sort of thing, but I really feel like Dragon Knight is an underpicked hero. It's boring as hell, right? But level 10 talent is kind of bonkers. The Breathe Fire damage reduction, that's additive. So it adds on 30% to the 30% that Breathe Fire normally has. 60% damage reduction, particularly to something like CK illusions, you're reducing a huge amount of damage coming back in. I mean, there's no BKB or anything like that all the CK illusions can have, so it's going to be incredibly effective against this.
Yeah, and I think that's a really cool way of thinking of the Dragon Knight as this Chaos Knight kind of counter in a certain way. He's got a lot of other tools in his tool bag to be able to deal with the Chaos Knight, but I think that's a pretty good one that is quite undervalued, and especially with Heart Blade Mail being such a thing. Like a hero like Dragon Knight scales really well with a lot of damage, so. He's kind of surprised that he hasn't been given as much love. I definitely feel like that he certainly should be in a little bit more of the spotlight. But
even that splash damage as well. I mean, these first 3 picks from Quest as well are great, in my opinion. You have no idea where any of them are going. Like, Nature's Prophet, probably one of the only heroes that rivals the Sven in terms of, like, the ability to just ball out of control in terms of net worth. I'd say CTY, who plays on Team Zero in China, is the #1 Nature's Prophet player in the world, in my opinion, and he just amasses such a massive net worth lead. But I could see this CK being a 1, I could see this CK being a 3, I could see the Muerta being 1 or 4, I could see the Nature's Prophet being, 1, 4, or 5. Like, there's plenty of options.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Nature's Prophet really just kind of unlocks their draft for them. Just really gives them a lot of this presence in a lot of the side lanes. A Mortar and a Chaos Knight, all you get is a +1 from a Nature's Prophet. You drop a calling and a dead shot from the Mortar. Nature's Prophet comes in with the TP, keeps them stuck inside of the Phantasms, and they will just die. Chaos Knight with a Chaos Bolt and Reality Rift. Nature's Prophet comes in to secure the extra bit of damage.
Honestly, just level 2, right? CK Muerta, that's all you need. Like, that is plenty of damage to be able to take out a target that even takes the tiniest misstep.
And I think that's the thing that Quest have right now is they're the ones that look like they can be on the front foot, right? And I think that was kind of what was missing in game number 2 than what it was in game number 1. Felt like they had that little bit more of agency in that game number 1, where they're able to make a lot of the plays and move around the map and be able to be reactive and also proactive. Whereas in game number 2, it really just felt like they were constantly just being reactive. And Team Falcons, they're going to go back for the Sven once again.
So armor on armor, right? So DK plus the Sven, really good. Now you have to pose the question, like, does Muerta get pumped up to a position 1 now? Because against high armor cores, Muerta really shines. Of course, once you get the BKB, once you get the Aghanim Shard, Muerta really just does rip through a lot of these sorts of heroes. But the downside is you're going up against 2 of these heroes that do like to build the Blink Dagger in the DK and the Sven. I wonder what the Hoodwink's all about.
I mean, it's a crit special. I think he's definitely been falling back to a lot of his age-old adages.
It does feel nice against the Nature's Prophet, right? You can just put 1 point in the Scurry, you can get out, you can use the Bushwhack onto it if they just move a little too close to you. It's also another way to, if this is a Muerta position 1, you have some of that high magic damage to be able to deal with Muerta if she just goes into the Pierce the Veil, right? That Sharpshooter will be able to take her out.
Yeah, and I think just kind of making one of these elusive position 4s that can kind of, I don't want to say carry a game, but can definitely do a lot of work in the mid-game, I think is kind of like crit signature at the moment, and being able to pull him back into the Hoodwink feels nice. I mean, you could have just gone Dark Wheeler, to be perfectly honest, right? Maybe that doesn't feel as good into the Chaos Knight, but you also do have the Shadow Realm, which would have been nice to be able to play against the Chaos Bolt, and gonna get an axe coming in here from Quest Esports, so it just means that they've got themselves that extra bit of jump. They've got the pure damage that can go through the Dragon Knight. They're able to catch out the Sven and put him in poor positions, go through that BKB. So PSG Quest, man, I'm really loving the drafts that they've got. Yeah, they're starting to obviously make a lot of these heroes be in their positions, but I'm definitely enjoying everything that they're really putting forward in this game so far.
I wonder what the Huskar ban leads us to think for this mid lane. Like, are they just going to go for a Pango for Noob? Just someone that's going to create a little bit of extra havoc in the mid lane?
Potentially. Could just be, the Amar special, right? Where, like, you get into this best of 3, it's game number 3, you completely forget that Amar's on the other team, and then he just Huskars you in game 3, and you're like, shit, like, that was a little bit of a misstep. So just kind of making sure they don't get caught out. I don't think it would have been an amazing Huskar game, because I think Chaos Knight does a relatively good job.
It depends who gets the jump, right?
Yeah. So what now for
5 seconds remaining.
the next ban of Falcons? I wouldn't hate to see the Pango ban. I think that's a pretty good shout. Just gives them something that's very straightforward for Noob to be able to play around with. They potentially could be giving him maybe the Nature's Prophet as well if he wants to play around that. I like the Dazzle ban as well, just providing them with that little bit of extra save, and especially having an axe with a Dazzle, it always is that kind of combination that you think about.
I mean, even just with the Pango, right, on top of the teamfight disruption with the Rolling Thunder, you've also a natural diffusal buyer, right? And Sven, DK, they don't have the most mana to be able to play around with, so you can really just nullify a big part of their effectiveness with just one hero.
Radiant team pick.
Puck, the final ban from Quest, and they're here for a Caudle.
Coddle of the Light, huh?
Ooh.
How are they laning this?
Well, that's the question, right? It gives them a whole lot of open options to be able to kind of figure out where they want to go here, because I mean, with the Dragonite and the Sven, they could go in different positions as well, so they're really not giving Team Falcons that slam dunk, that alley-oop, that finisher.
It is a lot of magic and pure damage that they've got with these last two picks, right? The Axe and the Keeper of the Light feels good against the high armor of the DK and the Sven. And the Puck ban, it's fine for the Keeper, but the Huskar doesn't really stop the Keeper of the Light being picked up, and they're actually the ones that are going to go ahead and pick up the Pango for themselves. It's probably going to need to be a pretty early-ish Blink Dagger for Malrine, though, on the Pango, right? Because you're playing up against a Coddle, mid-Coddle as well, so he's going to get a pretty early Boots of Travel, and, you know, Spirit Form, Boots of Travel, Keeper, Rolling Thunder's not going to catch that. So you really just need to make sure that you're either the one that gets the initial jump off the back of Amar playing this DK with an early-ish Blink Dagger, or Crit really needs to be on point with landing that Bushwhack, but I think it's going to be a tough ask against the likes of a Coddle in the mid lane.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a big kind of ask right now for Malrine to be able to put that extra emphasis on the Pangolier to try and shut down somebody like Noob, who has been one of those Keeper of the Light players for a long time, right? I think, you know, he really has been kind of the pioneer for a lot of the scary mid laners that we've had for the last couple of years. So we'll see what it's going to look like here. I'm definitely feeling like Quest have put themselves in a very, very good spot to be able to take this series in 3 games. What about you, man? How are you feeling about these drafts so far? Do you feel like maybe Falcons can sneak a victory in this third game?
I think it could really go either way. We've been completely wrong in both games 1 and 2, so I'm hesitant to give a prediction either way. I'm just going to sit back, enjoy. The birds are singing. The sun is coming up here in Australia. It's time for Dota. You know, that's when Dota really does shine. So I'm looking forward to it. We're going to be able to see... Actually, there's a PC that's crashed, so we're not going to be able to see it immediately getting into things. But still, the winner of this will move on to the grand finals. Well, I guess they don't really have the double chance anymore, right? They'll have used up all of their tickets there, but... It'll still be a second chance for the one that does not end up winning this game 3.
Yeah, the technically second chance is the fact they won't have to play 2 series in the same day, but these guys are Dota players, man. They're happy to play.
They play 10 games a day,
yeah.
You know, it's fine.
It's Dota till the cows come home kind of deal for these guys. But yeah, I mean, being able to sit pretty in the grand final always feels nice because you don't have to reveal any more strats. You can, you know, have the whole day, you know, playing pubs, whatever you want to do to try and get ready for a full best of 5. But I'm very glad that we have had at least 3 games between these two teams. I'm glad that, you know, Team Falcon, after that game number 1, didn't kind of just go in their shells and say, we've got the lower bracket, you know, we're probably going to be playing against, you know, Winter Bears or Wolf fans or whatever, what have you, down in that lower bracket. We know we can beat those guys. It's going to be fine. We'll play against them in the best of 5. I'm glad that they really did kind of put the emphasis on trying to get this series done and try and get in towards the grand final themselves. So it's going to be nice for us to see who comes out on top, and also seeing a lot of these signature heroes as well, I think is cool from a lot of these players. When you see a super team seeing signature heroes, always makes me smile.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even Amar, like the DK, is something that it's the most normal-ish offlaner that he likes to play a lot of the time. So, yeah, I'm keen to see what he's able to do with it. Again, you should be able to survive relatively well against a Chaos Knight in the lane, just, you know, naturally quite tanky. So that really shouldn't be too much of a concern. I'm also... I like Keeper of the Light synergy together with a Chaos Knight, but, you know, if you're playing the Coddle mid, you're probably not going to be using the Chakra Magic on anyone but yourself. So I'm keen to see if Noob is going to be flexible enough to be able to recognize when, actually the big value would be giving it over to the CK to be able to get another stun reality rift combo off to be able to blow up another target.
And I think there's also quite a lot of synergies with the rest of the heroes as well, right? Extra dead shots, maybe you get like an extra Berserker's Call coming in from Malik as well, extra sprouts. I think this Chakra Magic can do quite a lot of work for them, and it's really going to be on Team Falcon to be able to try and put all of their spells together to be able to catch a lot of these heroes and really trying to make sure that the fights are kind of happening on their watch, because if an axe is blinking onto you and then TA2000 is able to come in from the side with maybe Silver Edge or Shadow Blade and catch like the Hoodwink or the Pangolier, that's when things can get really, really awkward for the side of Team Falcon. So it's going to be an interesting mid-game, I think, for both of these two teams to see who really is able to play the utmost, and I think that is going to be the determining factor for this game number 3 is going to be play much more than how the heroes kind of match up.
Yeah, I think Quest for sure are going to be the ones taking a much more aggressive route, right? Like you're playing with a Muerta, you're playing with a Nature's Prophet, you're playing with a Keeper of the Light, who honestly just with like boots earn is able to do so much across the map. So we will see what ends up being the case. We are actually finally in the game. Double Smoke of Deceit. No Treant Protector this time, so doesn't look like we'll be grouping up towards one of those spots to be able to chop the trees down. So let's see who ends up running into each other.
Yeah, it's not like we're getting ourselves the instant freebie 5v5, but we are at least getting ourselves a little bit of aggression from both of these two teams. Full 5-man movement from Team Falcons. They weren't able to find anybody. They get themselves a nice little ward up on the high ground here coming in from Crit, so they at least get themselves that bit of deep vision, but PSG Quest will be able to give them the much needed space so they don't lose their lives early on.
Yeah, got so much space. Sorry, so much vision up on that top side. The high ground plus where the ward from Malrine is close to the river, excuse me. It basically perfectly overlaps so that you're not getting any sort of wasted doubled up vision. So nicely done.
Good little start so far. Nobody's lost their lives. Everybody's just come in and said hello to each other. Mm-hmm. Much like we are saying hello to the morning sun, as you said.
The birds. Hello, magpie.
Niche references again.
The battle
Alright.
No.
This is going to be a fight. The calling goes down, does a lot of damage. Same with the Illuminate, goes directly in onto Amar. He's taking a whole lot of damage here. Does have the Inkswell out on him, but without the extra damage coming in from the dead shot, they weren't able to get that free kill. So the calling did a lot of work from Omar. How many bounty runes? So it's another 3 for 1 so far. 2 to Tundra that time around, 1 to Amar himself, and then 1 to Quest. So.
Mm-hmm. So call it is what you're saying.
Yeah, 100%. Call it 3 to 1. You say no, thank you. Don't want to play this game out. Too much gold to overcome.
Wonder who they're going to get aggressive onto on this top side. You've already had to put 1 point into the Dragon Blood. Crit is actually in a little bit of danger here on the top side. Yeah.
It's just
He
too
got
strong.
a little greedy there. He just popped a Tango and Kaori made sure to wait for that before he dropped the Sprout, just seeing if he is going to get greedy, not wanting to pop another one of those Tangos just to be able to get away, and that's all you really need as a Nature's Prophet CK lane.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, just that small little opening for the Sprout, and then you can just see TA2000 after those auto attacks just walks in, throws in the Chaos Bolt, and Chaos Bolt level 1 does take a lot of mana, but it does a lot of work.
Oh yeah,
in
for
early
sure.
stages.
And really, it's only going to be like at level 4, maybe, that Crit puts a point into the Scurry just to make sure that he doesn't necessarily need to go like a 4-staff against the likes of Kaori. He might not even go Scurry anymore now that he's got a Quelling Blade purchased up and just about to come out to him on the courier.
Yeah, it seems a little bit redundant. I mean, the evasion can be nice. 15% evasion is nothing to scoff at, so maybe a value point could be where they tend to go here for this game. But so far, lanes are starting much better this time around here for Quest. It's much more even across the board rather than them getting kind of destroyed in the laning phase. I feel like they've also got a lot more heroes that can have that kind of agency in the game and not be so passive like they had to in kind of game number 2.
I'm a Scurry enjoyer. I just don't think they're going to... There's not as much value up on this top side anymore, especially after already giving up that first blood. I think you need to really put some some kill threat there on the board as Kaori even just making the TP towards the mid lane, making sure that they're just keeping the pressure up onto Mallory, not wanting to let him pop off again.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting play from Kaori to be able to go in and take that. And as you said, just making sure that Malrine is not in that free kind of area. They are starting to go towards the top side, though. TA2000 gets 2 crits back-to-back, so it's a lot of regen. Make it 3. And Omar will just have to walk away from that. I thought that maybe that could have been a trade scenario for them, but now with Kaori just wandering around the trees, the auto attacks go in. They do get the pushback as well as the coconut, and that will be enough damage for them to be able to get the kill here. Maybe Kaori gets the trade on the crit. We'll be able to get that one done. Wants to try and get the kill here onto Omar. Does have a sprout in another couple of seconds as well. He's a little bit too slow to be able to keep up with the Dragon Knight. So Omar will stay alive for now, and he will get the trade in the top lane.
I would have thought Kaori would have been happy enough just to keep bullying Amar out of the lane. But I guess he isn't really securing any last hits anyway by the time he's able to come back, and the wave is very happily pushing close to the Quest Tier 1 tower.
Yeah. And just happy with the way that the laning phase is going so far. TA2000 doesn't have the most amazing amount of CS, but he at least is now getting a lot of this extra experience. If you have to try and throw out the Chaos Bolt there onto Amar, we'll quickly chop through that tree. They're putting a lot of effort on that top lane. So let's go for a little journey towards the bottom side. And we just see Malik just constantly spamming out the Berserker's Call. And we do have an issue with the pause. So it seems like there is a bit of lag. Hopefully we get ourselves back into gaming action very soon.
So what have we had? We've had sound issues, we've had packet loss, we've had a PC crash. What else can there be?
The next one will probably be like Smoke Alarm. Smoke Alarm and the old favorite of mine, Player Toilet Break.
Ah, yes, for sure.
That's always my favorite. There's like, it's always funny when there's like a technical issue, and then one of the players goes, "This is a great time for me to go to the bathroom," and then they don't come back in time, and they're like, "We can't go, someone bathroom," you know?
Ugh. Cool.
FG.
F's in the chat, guys.
But yeah, that's my personal favorite is the player bathroom break. How's bottom lane going? 18 for 4 up against the 19 and 4. This is probably how we expected this lane to go, right? There's probably not going to be all too much kill threat until a few more of these levels come out. And speaking of those, get up. He's going to cop the damage. He does have a lot of these one charges to be able to play around with, so he's A-okay.
They end up getting away from it, and they get real aggressive onto Skitter as well at the exact same time, and get a kill. This is really good play coming from Quest, just outplaying them right now.
It was kind of crazy because that was a intentional movement from Snaking towards the top side of the map, but TA2000 and Kaori just turn it back over on him.
And Skitter gets bullied out. He's secured maybe like one last hit in this past like 1 or 2 creep waves. So things are going real well for them. Omar not quite there to be able to land the dead shot.
Yeah, they don't get that extra bit of kill there on the bottom side of the map, and TA2000 is going to try his best. He's going to try and find his demons here underneath his Tier 1 tower. He's able to get away from Amar, and with Kaori coming back here, he is able to at least scare them away. And as you said, no regen, so but he's going to have to fall back to base. Maybe Kaori, I was going to say, maybe if Kaori had teleportation, you could tip him back to base to get him a salve at least.
Crit tried for the random bushwhack into the trees, nearly ended up landing it, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, unfortunately.
I had no idea what that saying was until it took me a few seconds, and then I realized that it's like one of those old school sayings from a long time ago.
Sayings.
Yeah. I was like, Matt said it. It's from the 50s.
Just like my age. Bro, my brother's 40 today, actually.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah,
that's actually... Hashtag makes you feel old.
Yeah, he's actually a boomer. I'm going to call him up and say, how's middle age feel?
Oh, Snaking, mid lane. He's just dead. Yeah, he's just going to get clicked down by Noob. There was a lot of damage that came in from the Solar Bind and the Illuminate, and then there was just a random little Omar who came in from that Tier 1 tower and hit him with a dead shot for 1 billion damage.
Oh, Noob would love to be able to get a part of this. He's got the urn available, and just a couple of seconds left of that Spirit Form, just trying to land a random Illuminate here. Not going to land on 21, though. But you just see how Quest look to try and get aggressive as soon as they get the creep wave outnumber, and there we go. Ooh, it's going to be able to land. Nice deep dive from Cowrie as well.
Yeah, that's just a good little bit of vision making there for his Keeper of the Light to be able to get that extra kill there onto Amar. And so they get themselves the big pickup onto the Dragon Knight. It was a TP in from Malrine as well. So just losing a lot of these resources are Team Falcons. And meanwhile, Malik, he's free farming. He's 43 CS. He is keeping up with Skidder. He's also having a pretty decent time, but, you know, an Axe who gets these early Blink Daggers, gets these early items, is going to be very, very scary. Snaking, oh no, he walked in trying to steal the experience rune, and unfortunately for him, Kaori was ready and waiting.
It was lag, of course.
Oh, yes.
Oh, you called it!
I called it. It's alarm time.
It. Oh my god. Have you ever had a cast interrupted by an alarm?
I've had a cast like momentarily interrupted by like what was a car crash outside, but I remember hearing it and then I remember hearing it and then like my girlfriend was like it was a car crash outside, so I didn't actually like stop the cast, but I was like I can't remember who I was with. I was casting with somebody and I just messaged them and was like take over for a bit. I need to figure out what this was. And then I came back after a few moments and was like, oh, it's fine. But no, I haven't.
Maybe it was just like an alarm on a phone, because that was pretty quick to be able to to get back for if there was a full-on fire alarm. Yes, I have. It was during CDBC, and there was like the entire building got evacuated because someone burnt their toast and it set off the fire alarm in my apartment.
Oh god, I would have been so mad if I got outside and they're like, oh yeah, it's just a toaster, by the way. I'd be like, you guys suck.
Top playing them up.
Trouble again. Salt. Oh my god. It still surprises me after all these amount of games that I've casted when I just see someone just get hit by a spell and their just HP just disappears in a moment, right? Like it is very ridiculous to be able to see. So I mean, Amar is just absolutely copying it.
I love the fact that Noob's making a lot of these rotations up towards the top side as well, right? I really don't think you're going to stop the Sven from farming too much, and Malik is farming just fine, right? So I think you're happy enough to take the one-for-one trade. Is he going to try and go for a solo kill here? Oh,
It was
so
close.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There was also another fight that was happening in towards this guy side jungle here. We've got Crit as well as Snaking trying to make their way on towards Omar. They do catch out onto the Muerta. She does not have Pierce the Veil. So it won't matter anyways because they take down that Muerta in the mid lane.
He knows they've got vision there at
T1.
least. So we'll be able to get that D ward off.
Okay. Means they just put more emphasis back on to killing Amar. They've got the Spirit Vessel now as well, and the amount of damage that goes in onto this Dragon Knight doesn't matter if you have 3 levels in the Dragon Blood. They will take you down. They were more than happy to trade that tier 1 tower for a kill onto Amar again.
That feel when Kaori's got more net worth than Amar at this point of the game is not good. And I do like that they're putting a lot more emphasis on to quickly getting TA 2000 into that Hand of Midas, right? We've been talking about the big reason behind CK really coming into prominence lately. And this would be a really big kill if they got it.
Oh, Malik, he's getting oh so low. He tries to get off the Berserker's Call for that little bit of extra armor. He does eventually get it off. He's trying to trick around. No, the dunk wasn't there in time. He would have loved to have gotten one of those permanent stacks early on here for Malik, but he goes down and they at least get the trade on the Snaking, but would have loved to have kept him around or at least gotten one of those nice little stacks for it. Skidder gets away from the Illuminate. There's a lot of damage in the meantime, though.
But yeah, it's like your Coddle and your Axe are the ones that are going to be addressing the Sven in this early-ish game, right? So I think it makes a lot of sense that if Axe is having a fine enough time, you don't necessarily need to make a lot of rotations down there. CK was having a rough time, and he's gone in towards this Midas. He's making decent progress towards it. You just got to make sure he gets to that stage, and then from then on, he's A-okay, right? Like, just leave TA 2000 to farm, let him do what he does best.
Malik is in trouble once again. We said that this Axe was going to be such an important part of the mid-game for PSG Quest. Oh, I thought Malrine was just going to get away there. He's able to go into the Rolling Thunder and TP away as well. So a quick little assassination and the TP out as well means that they get themselves a big kill onto the Axe early on in this game.
Even with that rotation through at the 2-minute mark by Kaori to make sure he claimed that water rune You've still got Malrine sitting at the top of the net worth charts right now. He's 3-0-0. He's already got the Diffusal Blade available. And remember us mentioning how effective that's going to be against these heroes like the CK, against the Axe. It just feels incredibly solid. Especially, well, Noob's almost got his boots of travel, so he shouldn't be too hindered by the fact that this Diffusal Blade's available.
Yeah, he's going to have the mouth flying out on the Crow when he does want them, so he's going to also go into the 4 staff to try and keep himself alive in these fights. I think the biggest issue is, as you said, a lot of these other heroes are really going to have some issues with the Diffusal Blade. TA2000, they found him out. He does have the Phantasm, but he's not able to get it off because they've got the Phantom's Embrace here. The Ren will be able to go down, doesn't get it off, will not even save him if he does. TA2000 goes down, and Team Falcons off the back of their mid laner. They've started to wrangle this game back, and things are starting to get a little bit concerning for Quest.
Don't worry, bro. You bought the Midas. It's fine. Slark cosplay on DK.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay.
Sure. Why not?
Well, I do remember some of his offlane Slark games where he would just rush a Midas, even though that he fed, and then he turned into a very strong hero, so... Mara's preempting the future. Malrine just goes into Kaori. They're expecting that he was going to try and go for the rune, but it looks like he wants to try and get the kill instead. Kaori taking a lot of this damage. They do have the sharpshooter that goes a little bit wide. Malrine, though, will be able to get away from the Phantom, so doesn't even cop the style. Omar is going to try and stand here. Does have the dead shot, does a lot of damage. Can they get the extra kill? Dunk instead. So Malik, with that extra bit of move speed, will walk in towards the Grimstroke. Wants to try and get away from snaking to pull him deeper in, but he's a ranged hero, so he doesn't move at all. So Malik gets one dunk, doesn't get the second. Gets ever closer to that Blink Dagger as well.
I do like the this game, Malik choosing to go figure instead of the Blade Mail first. Like last time on the Centaur, it makes a lot more sense to be able to go for that that Blade Mail first. Malik, like you were mentioning before, he just missed out on the Culling Blade previously to be able to start that scaling of his own, and I feel like they've got the damage needed, whether it be on Omar, whether it be on Noob, to be able to play off the back of like a Blink call into something else.
Yeah, exactly, and I think getting these early Blink Daggers on the Axe really just kind of accelerates you towards that kind of scary point on the hero, and now that he's gotten it at, what, 13 minutes with a Vanguard and Phase Boost, you can just start smoking up on cooldown.
Berserker's Call as well.
Exactly, and you can just start running around with your Keeper of the Light and your Mortar. They've got enough damage for you to be able to get these Culling Blade stacks, as you said, and get that scaling happening early on.
Skinner's going to show briefly in that mid lane. I wonder if they're just going to be keeping an eye on him, predicting that he's going to pass back towards the left-hand side. They've got some really nice vision set up by Kaori previously, so they should know exactly where the Sven is. If he's not showing on the left-hand side, he's guaranteed going to be on the right.
And they are just chunking into this creep wave as well. It seems they can try and pull out some of these cores, but it has been a while for some of these heroes not showing on lane, and they did say that the Keeper of the Light was close enough to a creep wave, but didn't show himself. So they probably have a sense that there is something afoot.
Yeah, Malik has still just body blocked up the Ancients camp, so they're going to know that that's a thing, that there were people hanging around in that area.
They've got a nice ward here as well, so they're just going to catch that crit. They're just going to go directly on towards the Hoodwink with the dead shot and the Culling Blade. There's enough for them to get the quick kill onto the Squirrel.
Could be a lot worse, for sure.
Yep. They, lost Skidder or even Malrine. That could have been pretty dire stuff, but they've done a good job at least kind of keeping their cores in the right spots to be able to keep that farm going. And Skidder, once again, just proving that he still is a very, very highly skilled carry player. I mean, he is a TI winning carry player, so knows what he's doing when it comes to the Sven.
The happiest person is Amar. We just haven't called his name for the past 5 or so minutes. He's got the Midas. He's like, great. This is exactly what I wanted.
He just wants to sit back and get a lot of these levels and build towards that Blink Dagger of his own. The CK, though, also has been left alone. TA2000 almost has that armlet at the ready, and I think, you could probably just start calling for some of these 5-man rotations, right? You're a CK with armlet and Midas. You're going to do a lot of damage, and couple that with a Sven for the lockdown. Should be able to get yourself some nice early kills.
So I'm really wanting to see, like, Amar's skill build from here moving on. He's almost level 9. He just hits up onto it now. Where's he going to put that last point? I kind kind of want to see him put it in the Breathe Fire, just so that you've got 100% uptime on that Breathe Fire debuff, and he does. So, level 10, if he goes into the Breathe Fire with damage reduction, this feels to me like Amar, what he feels is the response to a whole lot of that just huge amount of burst damage that a CK is capable of.
Speaking of Amar, does get found out by Kaori. So, haven't really seen much action from either of these two teams once the Axe did pick up the Blink Dagger, but it looks like Falcons are the ones that want to try and go on the aggressive. Gone for a little bit of a smoke up here, seeing if they can try and find TA2000 in his little farming habits. Has been a long-standing resident of the Misty Mines for the entirety of this series and throughout the entirety of today as well.
Big rotations down towards bottom. 3 people coming down here, and it's going to give them a lot of information just to completely back off. They know that they've basically got the entire mid and top areas of the map to be able to farm completely freely. So Quest is going to get more value out of that Midas. They're going to get CK closer and closer towards that level 15, that true timing that he's playing for. Probably going to be able to get into like the Echo Saber and maybe even just like the Reaver towards the heart.
It's going to be a lot of gold once he hits towards that that level 15, and now you can just see Team Falcon seems like they are not all too happy with the game state. They want to try and get a little bit aggressive. They do have Malrine. Oh, Malik, that is not the blink you want to try and get in towards. Does at least get the Berserker's Call, but I don't think they have the HP to survive. And unfortunately for the Axe, he goes down. They want to see if they can try and get the kill key on Malrine. He does have the shield rune though, and now getting completely signed up is the Soul Bind. They're going to get TR2000 coming towards the backline. Absolutely eviscerate onto the Grimstroke. Skidder though has the BKB, wants to try and get this fight going. They're completely carting around the Sven. There's a lot of damage to these illusions, but does he have enough damage to try and stay around? The Echo Saber does the damage to be able to keep the Sven in the spot that they need to get him done. And with the Reality Rift back in, he goes down. Noob doing so much work on this Coddle so far. Malrine goes in with the Swashbuckle, almost gets the damage. They will be able to have it to take down the Pangolier. So Quest, they walk in with TA2000. They say, thank you for Malik for your sacrifice. We will take this goal. We will walk down a lane.
Noob played that one so incredibly well. Like, he gets jumped on by a CK, sorry, not by a CK, by a Sven with the God Strength, able to kite him away with all of that extra movement speed, gets the heal onto himself with his own Spirit Form, casts 3 different Spirit Vessels in that team fight, just really good kiting and dodging of spells.
Yeah, did a really, really good job at just making sure that that first BKB usage wasn't going to stick him with some kills there for Skidder. And you can see the issues they are starting to run in towards as well, right? Oh, Blink Call does catch out one. They do miss on the dead shot though, but Snaking gets caught out by the calling there. At least we'll have the dunk there for Malik for charge number 3 on the culling armor. It's going to start stacking up really, really well for the DK and the Sven to have some issues a little bit later on into this game to try and kill the Axe.
Almost into the splash attacks for the DK.
They found the Sven. Skidder, he's in the top lane. They know that he doesn't have any of these cooldowns available. They know he doesn't have the God Strength. He will BKB and try and run away, but they will be able to have the vision. There's no blink for him to try and get away from this. He's trying to farm. He wants to just try and farm as much as he can before he gets dunked into the fountain.
What a carry.
That's, I mean, it's kind of done at that point as well, right? Like, the BKB's wearing out. You're like, might as well try and get myself some extra gold.
And all the while, they still end up taking that tier 1 tower, so...
Oh! Malik, he's found another in the bottom side, and Mark comes in here with the Atos and the dead shot. That is just 3 beautiful kills back to back to back there for Malik. Oh boy. They've just turned it up to 11 after getting that Blade Mail, and now they're going to try their own luck here with the Blink Dagger on Amar. They get the kill onto Noob, so... They answer back in kind here, do Team Falcons, but not without losing a lot of this network lead, Dan.
That's some value, and I mean, I know it's something that Amar has done before on this Dragon Knight, but it just feels so uncharacteristic, this style, right? Going into the Aether Lens, going into the Force Staff. It's very, like, completely support-oriented, and the big issue that I'm seeing is that outside of the Sven, I'm not necessarily seeing the scaling potential for Team Falcons, unless you do get this DK starting to get into, you know, the likes of the BKB, the Aghanim Scepter, the Manta style.
That's what I was thinking as well, right? Like, you know, you do have the ways of dealing with the CK with, like, the talents and the Breathe Fire, right? But you also kind of can deal with him later on as you start to scale. You know, Mjolnir, BKB, AC, all those kind of items in the Aghanim Scepter. They can deal with the CK illusions very, very fast. And he's just going to go in towards like Aether Lens Force. Like, I mean, you are just neutering all the damage that you could have potentially had if you just go like Treads, BKB, Ags, but seems like he's relying quite heavily on Malrine as well as Skidder to be able to carry him through this game. Is it going to be enough? That's the real question, because, you know, you look towards the side of PSG Quest. TA2000 is just starting to rocket up in the network. He's been involved in so many kills. He's got a BKB, and he's finished off Echo Saber coming very, very shortly. Malik is now at the point where he's almost got his own BKB, and then you just look across at Noob. He's going to have a Lincoln Sphere in, like, what, like, less than 1,000 gold, so...
They got a lot of big timings coming
Yeah.
up. I mean, that level 16 now on TA2000, so he's got that that reduction in the damage that the Phantasm Illusions are going to be taking. So while you might be able to reduce their damage output, they're still going to take a whole lot longer to be able to kill. Looks like they want to take Roshan as well, even while it is on the Falcon side of the map. But you can see the smoke is coming in from Radiant's own jungle. This will be a huge clash. It could potentially decide the game.
Yep. There's a lot of good vision. There's this ward here that's got about 30 seconds left up onto the high
Korea's told
ground.
him everything.
Yeah, Quest, they know exactly what's going on. This is the Blink Core coming in from Malik. They found out Skidder. Do they have the extra damage? Yes, they do with the Chaos Bolt, and Skidder goes bye-bye. On the background goes the rest of Team Falcons, but they are just going to fall as quickly as they join this fight. A lot of damage goes through. They tear through the supports. So they will just say, see you later, and Amar tried to get the TP away, but unfortunately for the Dragon Knight, he is big, bad, and dead, and another Blink Call comes in from Malik, and they secure 3 big kills, and they will say thank you once again to Team Falcons for the nice injection of gold.
Just that little bit of an additional movement, right? They probably assume that the scan is going to be in that sort of area. They back up, they claim the high ground, and it's a little bit of luck that Skidder happens to be just a little bit further away from the rest of the team. But still, it results in a big team fight victory coming through for PSG Quest. And again, you just see the damage that a CK is able to output in such quick succession.
Yeah, it's just, it feels like almost instantaneous. To be fair, they did kind of give a lot of that damage back as well, with the fact that Malrine was able to just completely eviscerate both the supports, who are extremely squishy in those fights. But you can just see the amount of work that TA2000 does, and Malik and Noob just facilitate a lot of that as well, right? You know, Malik is just kind of being able to blink in, catch everybody, get this BKB piercing lockdown, and then Noob just runs around in the fights, and all he has to do is keep throwing out these Spirit Vessels, get the Spirit, get the Solar Binds, and just keep throwing out a lot of these Illuminates as well. And Quest are in such a strong position right now where their CK is hitting his timings. He is almost at unkillable status at this point. I think as soon as he gets this Reaver, he is next to unkillable for at least a little while for Team Falcons, and that's where it really starts to get scary, where they've got all of this initiation and this unkillable carry. Malik is found another here. They get the calling, and they will just completely dominate another kill on the crit. Omar gets another stack off the Pierce the Veil Spell Amp as well. They look to try and get themselves a bit of rotation here. Malik's going to pop the BKB. TA2000 comes in here with the Haste Rune as well. They want to see if they can try and get themselves out of here. Malik does not get away on top of the Pangolier, but they will claim Snaking, who was trying to TP away in front of the CK. But again, the Haste Rune is so fast for TA2000. It's about to wear out, so they don't catch out onto the Dragon Knight. They have a TP to try and find Amar. They get him. Blink Call into the trees there from Malik. They catch out the Dragon Knight. There's no BKB for him.
That's
and he gets
Dragon
dunked
Knight,
down,
man.
and they see you later to Amar.
How quickly did he die? He died in like 2 seconds. That's a freaking Dragon Knight, man.
Kaori, he wants to TP away from Skidder. Doesn't get it away because Critty's there in time, but TA2000 says, hello, how
really
are you
sure you
going?
wanna take
Malik's
this,
going to
man?
come in, and they're just going to chop down the Sven as well. Oh no, Team Falcon are fumbling at the seams, and they are getting destroyed in this game number 3.
TA2000, is he going to get destroyed by the Tormentor? Is that the hardest opponent he's come up against at this stage? Doesn't look like it, though.
It was close.
It was close.
But, I mean...
Such a stupid amount of lifesteal, man, on a CK.
Stupid amount and a stupid amount of damage. I think like his level 10 talent is redonkulous. Plus 35% Chaos Strike lifesteal. He has 95% lifesteal on the crits.
Yeah, feels good. And he's got a Reaver now as well.
Balance, guys. Balance. Balance in all things is what we'll say. But it just, you can see that like this game has just snowballed super hard, right? It just got to the point where TA2000 was happy to fight. They went in towards that engagement on the bottom side. Skitter wasn't able to confirm onto Noob. Maybe if he gets that kill onto Noob and gets away from TA2000, we're looking at a completely different game. But the way that the cookie has crumbled, it has just snowballed in favor of Quest. And what's the kind of game plan now for Team Falcons? Is it just try and turtle up and get items?
What items, though, are going to change things around? Like I was saying before, like Amara is still gone. This very pseudo-support core role. And it really doesn't make things easy for them to be able to move on forward. Melreen dodges things out, though.
Yeah, Malik misses on the blink call. Same with TA2000. Doesn't get the Chaos Bolt going in onto Skitter. So everybody's popped some ultimates and nobody's done anything with them. So we're just going to have a gentleman's handshake and we're just going to say, alright, Quest, you get the tier 2 tower in.
And her Rolling Thunder is a really big deal. Honestly, the timing that I thought was probably like 2 team fights ago. Even into the Aegis, when you didn't have the Reaver completed on the Chaos Knight, when you just finished up the Aghanim Scepter on the Pangolier, that really felt like their big strong point for me, for Team Falcons, but they just haven't been able to really make the most of it.
It really has felt like that they were maybe just waiting on a few more of these timings to hit, but just weren't able to get to them. And now it is farming stations for Skitter. You can just see he's in absolute Narnia in the top side of the map on the sphere, and he just wants to try and get towards these next set of items and try and stay away from Quest. Who have
desperately trying to maybe just find a singular pick-off on someone that tries to come towards here, but they see Crit moving next to that Watcher. Amar has to be very careful. Maybe they're assuming that someone's going to have TP'd out, but if they don't, they'll see this axe.
Kaori is able to get the TP cancellation there onto Amar, so he is stuck here with no way of getting home. They will have the Dragon Tail to at least stop him from getting away, but that will just mean that Amar just spends a little bit of extra time away from his team. And Amar will
Just not enough respect being given over.
Oh, speaking of respect, they're going to see if they can respect Skitter and send him back into spawn, but they won't be able to do that because they just don't have the damage. Double BKB gets popped here, and Malik will continue to punch, and now he gets
He's
the
just
refresh on the
man-fighting him.
Berserkers, and they get the dunk. You could just see the amount of damage, and as soon as they had that Berserker's call, it was all over for Skitter.
I really thought that Skitter would start to do a little bit more of that damage there, right? Like, he had the Mask of Madness popped, he has the Vindicator's axe available. This was an axe without the Berserker's call being popped. I know he's got a Vanguard and a Blade Mail, but he barely got tickled.
He's got 31 armor, man. Like, he has almost 40 armor with the Culling Blade armor. He has 20
True,
armor
actually.
harvested. 20
Yeah,
armor.
that does help.
Like, he's got a lot of armor, so he is a very, very tanky boy. And it has just gotten to the point now where this axe has just been such a pivotal hero for them to be able to play around. Like,
Look at all these units on the bottom side. I mean, yes, Snaking, it's a nice target for Stroke of Fates, but very, very hard to... Oh, nice little use of the Sharpshooter.
Yeah, Malik jumps in, gets down Mr. President to TA2000, who still does have this, or actually doesn't have the Aegis of the Immortal, but does have a Heart of Tarask to be able to play around with, and see you later to the Grimstroke. Snaking goes bye-bye. They will try and roll in with a Rolling Thunder here from Malrine.
Do you try and kill TA?
Noob will be able to go down. TA2000 is getting extremely low here on the Chaos Knight. Does have the armor to try and toggle around with.
Surely,
A bit of extra
surely.
life, but with the extra stun, they get the kill onto the Chaos Knight. So it's a lot of gold going their way and a gem as well. So they will protect their tier 3 tower, will Team Falcon. Then you lose out on Amar, so pretty good hold coming in there from the boys on the Radiant side.
And they even keep Skitter's buyback available. That's another huge thing. I mean, the poor man is 0-5-3, but the fact that you've still got that at your disposal, the fact that you held your nerve, that you trusted the rest of your team to be able to get the Team 5 victory is a pretty damn big deal. All 3 cores going down there, and that's a huge amount of gold going back the way of Falcons.
Yeah, it was an almost 4,000 gold swing that went the way of Falcons, and Malrine finished an Octarine core off the back of that fight. So more swashbuckles, more shield crashes, more ways of disrupting in these fights. So wasn't the cleanest of executions. I thought that they had maybe a few seconds left on the Aegis, but it looks like it got reclaimed before that fight even happened. So they thought they were definitely strong enough to end the game, but weren't. So Quest going to be waiting a little bit longer now to try and jam their heads back at a tier 3 tower. Still a tier 2 for them to claim, so plenty of objectives left on the map.
Kind of feels a little like Malrine against the world, doesn't it? I mean, he's very, very close to being able to pick up the Maelstrom, so that's another damage output potential that he's got. But I mean, oof. You can't put everything onto a Pangolier.
Maybe you can with the Grandmaster tier Pangolier, the level 30. It was level 30 on the Lena as well, so might be time. Will be a big carry performance if Malrine is able to do all this work on the Pangolier to enable Skitter and Amar to come back into this game. So it's got a long road ahead of them. It is a very uphill battle for them to finish this off. Omar gets a full BKB as well, by the way, on this Muerta. So
Sure.
he's a big boy. I would have... I mean, BKB is nice because you have a BKB, right, on support. But, I mean, the inner carry player in me is always just like, just get the Glepnir, bro. Just get the Glepnir. You've got 4 stacks of Pierce the Veil. Just get the Glepnir. Smoke on
He
smoke,
literally
though.
can't die if he pops that ulti, though.
That's true. The Soulbind goes out, so at least for a couple of seconds, and Kaori goes down. So he gets sniped on the sidelines, and Quest... Are they really going to fight this? They don't have Phantasm for another 10 seconds.
I think they're just protecting their vision right now. There's a sentry ward down. They don't quite know about it, but they can't give up the huge amount of map control that they've been able to secure up until this point. And honestly, holding on to this high ground is a really big deal. I mean, Roshan is spawning right now, and it's on the bottom side of the map, so any sort of control that you have over this general area is going to be huge.
Especially because now they get the DD rune as well. So that has been pinged out. I think they did see that it potentially was there, that were a little bit off with their ward in the mid lane for Team Falcons. A lot of their vision is topside centric because they haven't really been able to take control of this bottom side just yet. So this is the perfect opportunity for Quest to walk into Roche. DD rune onto the Chaos Knight's going to be able to pop the Phantasm if he wants to try and fight that way as well. Kaori will keep top pushed out. So another Aegis going the way here of Quest.
Look at this damage, man. This should not be allowed from basically one person.
It feels illegal. Like, it feels so good that it's illegal, you know? They leave the cheese in the pit. Surely you just give that to Malik, because he does seem to have some issues where sometimes he loses his HP bar much quicker than he would like. Has the Octarine core now as well, so I know Suns fan is definitely cheering out there. Ag's Octarine core seems to be the build.
Just cool down. So what does that bring it to? Like 3 seconds? And then you've got a coddle as well with the chakra magic.
Yeah.
With the Ags on the axe.
So it's like, what, duration's 3 seconds, cooldown is 8.3 seconds, so...
But it reduces it by 3 seconds if you get the Ags.
Oh, yes, true. So, yeah, it brings it down to like 5 seconds. So it's basically like a 2-second downtime between calls.
Yep.
That's pretty big.
5-man call, into coddle refresh, into call again, into you are dead.
Yes. Does only have 1 level in the Battle Hunger, though, so it seems like Malik is not a Battle Hunger enjoyer. Much more about the stats right now. What else we got coming up on the horizon for some of these players? What's Skitter got going forward? Has picked up the Harpoon. Has the Silver Edge as well. So, getting towards the Satanic. Just wants to be a little bit tankier. Amar still going towards this support Dragonite. It has Aetherlands, Force, and Blink.
We're calling it utility.
Okay.
Oh, they
okay
smoke
with
right next to one
Illusion.
of these illusions, yeah.
Well, they're going to know now. We'll see if they at least catch anybody. I don't think they will, so... Quest, they're just going to stick together as a full 5-man squad. They do have Kaori on the bottom side of the map, just doing Nature's Prophet things. Trying to hold out, trying to get this Wisdy rune as well. And TA2000... Is he
Someone's
going
gonna
to
need to
poke the high
address-
ground?
Why not? I guess he doesn't have Phantasm. That's a good reason why not.
Yeah. They are still waiting to see if any other members of Team Falcons will show their faces. or if whether or not they are just going to allow them to take this Tormentor once again. Who
More
gets it?
freebies?
TA2000. Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unfortunately for
Another
Crit,
Phantasm unit.
yeah, I mean, if Crit gets found out by a Chaos Bolt, this Chaos Bolt plus the one illusion could potentially just kill him from 100 to 0.
Oh, there's no maybe about it.
He has an E-Blade, so he's okay. It definitely will kill Snaking, though. Almost.
Crit is on point today with a lot of his reactions, we do have to say.
Yeah. Crit has been... definitely had the zoom hands. See if it helps out, though, because they are definitely in dire straits. 14th Falcon.
He's finally gone the breathe fire damage reduction on Amara as well. It took him until like level 17, I want to say, for him to put that that talent point in, but I really feel like it has the potential to turn the tide of a lot of these fights. Like, you use that onto the CK with all of his illusions, that's so much damage cut out. 60% damage reduction is huge.
Oh, they're looking for Skidder. TA2000. Ooh, doesn't get the vision. He was inside of the Shadow Blade as well, so... we're able to catch out the Sven, and this game of cat and mouse has definitely started to lean towards Team Falcons. Who've spent a lot of time at this Aegis the Immortal really not doing all too much. They did get themselves at least a Tormentor and a whole lot of this farm, but it seems like Team Falcons have done a good enough job to at least alleviate that own pressure. Now put it back towards Quest.
Don't you love position 1 still having to hold on to a 100 gold item in Quelling Blade just because you're against a Nature's Prophet?
Yep. Feels good, man. I'll always remember that Arteezy game where he had his Quelling Blade for like 40 minutes, and then the game went late enough and he got rid of his Quelling Blade and then he died without buyback. Yep.
Oh no.
So I definitely understand the feels of, no matter how late it is, you either need a million 4-stars or you need that goddamn Quelling Blade.
Or a Battle Fury.
Just need something.
You may as well get some stats out of it.
Yeah.
Or,
Well, now-
who knows, if you're Sven, maybe Superman Sven.
Yeah, I mean, Superman Sven could definitely be a way around it. They only have, what, one?
Oh, Sprout leashes, actually, so probably can't, actually.
Yeah, true.
Just
Maybe
hit
if
up
you
onto the level
BKBs.
23 Spell Prisms coming out in a row. Oof.
I was going to say tier 4 items are really starting to appear now, so we get to see some special stuff. Skidder has gone in for my favourite item, the Havoc Hammer. I'm so glad that they changed it from pushing away to pulling in. It actually didn't make any sense.
So much more sense.
Yeah, it made no sense that it would like knock people. Like, I
What
can
strength
understand-
hero wants people to move away from them, you know?
Yeah, I can understand thematically that it was like you hit the hammer and then it like moved people away, but it's like
Yeah.
you're a strength hero. You want to have people in your face.
I think Dota did away with that as soon as they stopped making Cinderbrew only work on fire-based spells. You know?
You could tell that somebody at Valve really wanted like this thematic reason for all things to be the way they are, and they were like, let's try this fire damage stuff, and everyone's like, what the hell is this?
Why can't I Quelling Blade a Tria Protector?
That would be very true. I think that they should do that as a battle pass game mode is Dota 2 but literal.
Yeah.
Like everything like logically works the way you would think it would. So it's like you could melt a Crystal Maiden because you breathe fire her. She just melts.
Is she physically made of ice? Like,
Well,
what's
I mean,
going on
when
there?
she dies, her animation, she turns into like a snow person and dies.
I guess.
So, I guess.
Dire's bottom tower.
I mean,
go with yes.
I'm not a lore guy, so I don't know. Maybe Slacks can hit us up. I'm gonna shoot him a DM after this and be like, Slacks, can Crystal Maiden
Is
melt?
CM ice?
Can she melt? I need to know. But Ice Frog, I know you're out there. There you go. Game mode.
Game
mode
mode.
idea. But you just have
Who
to
needs
credit me.
Diatide?
Yeah, credit me somewhere. I don't know how you do it, but
Some idiot Australian.
hey, don't be rude to Aries like that, okay?
That's
He's not
true.
that dumb.
Hope he's having a good holiday.
I hope he is too. Anyways, I'm just kind of chilling. Roche is going to be up in 55 seconds. May spawn in 55 seconds. So,
Just having a look at a few of these new items that are coming out. So Amar, not going away from the utility. It's either a Wind Waker or an Aeon Disc coming through next for him. I feel like maybe he can't survive a CK on his own. That's why he feels like he needs the Aeon disc, right? Like, what?
Yeah.
No one really is going to buy a nullifier, I don't think, on Quest. There's no real need to at this point. Like, there's nothing really that you want to dispel. I guess maybe the E-Blade. There's 4-star for Glimmercare. Maybe it's not too bad, actually. But, I don't know. It just feels to me like Amar needs to do something offensively.
Yeah, and yeah, I can see that. They have found out Kaori though, so our first fight in a couple of minutes. Now Amar, he's the one that's setting in this creep wave. Oh, Malik, he got hit by the breathe fire, so he doesn't get the blink away, but it doesn't matter because TA2000 just walks in and eviscerates the Dragon Knight. He has his own shield rune, so he's basically got 10,000 HP at this point. They want to keep walking forward. They want to try and get some of these kills as well. Malrine comes in the sideline. Beautiful rolling thunder. Catches out the axe. He has to BKB to walk away.
He's got the
from this.
cheese.
He does have the cheese as well to try and be able to play around with this. He wants to try and walk it off though. He wants to get away. Gets in from the backpack and he's able to live. Gets back to full HP. TA2000 though. He's the one that's starting to get kited around. And speaking of kite, that is Skidder on a ride. And they say see you later to the carry of Team Falcons. It was a buyback coming in from Amar, but it looks like it will not pan out. Crit just gets into the corner. Do they have to stun? They do. They get the dunk. And that is 3 kills, a 4 quest to claim on the bottom side of the map. And they will walk it down a lane and probably claim a lane of racks.
They probably will indeed. If they wanted to, they could even get Roshan free Aghanim's blessing for themselves as well. But, you know, whenever you see a Sven that's just picked up a fresh new item like the Satanic, you know that he probably doesn't have that buyback available. So this should be, like you said, at least that 1 lane. Probably 2, I would say. They really just don't have the tools to be able to keep them pushed back.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hard for them to try and hold on to this these 2 lanes of racks, right? And as you said, even worst case scenario, if there's any buybacks, they just take the lane of racks and they fall back towards Roche. Malrine's going to try his best. He's going to walk in, he's going to buy a little bit of time for his teammates. The reality
Nice
comes
blink.
in, or at least pull him back, but now we've got the buyback out of the Grimstroke and continuing to just take these buildings.
Mallory's been really good at just stopping the axe call from getting in onto him. Once again, going to go aggressive. The breathe fire damage reduction is there onto the CK, and not all of the illusions though, so they're still doing max damage to all of these T3 towers, to all of these racks, finally ending up landing it onto them, and you just see how much it reduces the damage that the Phantasm units are able to do.
Yeah, they weren't able to just completely clean up this second lane of racks, right? So now we're at a point where Quest, they've been able to take their first lane of racks. They got themselves almost up to a 30k net worth lead, and
this is an all or nothing play. 5-man
Yeah.
smoke coming through here.
I was going to say Desperation Smoke, one of my favorite lines from Dota 2 of years gone by is Desperation Smoke time.
What's the buyback status? Just Muerta for right now. Noob's getting close, 400 or so gold away. 1 kill might be enough, and he's actually the one going Nullifier on the Keeper of the Light. Also got a fresh level 25 on the CK as well, so even longer Phantasm coming through. How quickly will Skidder be able to take this? They don't have any vision to understand what's going on. I was about to say he's going to need to choose whether or not to pop the God Strength, but they're closing in fast.
Yeah, they've got their own smoke as well. Amar is on the high ground here, so he will be able to find this out. Malik goes in, Blink into the background. Doesn't really get much done. Kaori, though, goes in with the BKB, and now he's soul binded up, so that means the TA2000 isn't able to actually walk in and do the damage that he would like to. But Skidder, he's been found out. He's been reality rifted, and he's been deleted as well. Amar got eviscerated on the sidelines thanks to Omar as well as Noob, and they are just looking to clean up the remaining members of Team Falcon, and I think this is going to be all she wrote here, Daredog. Crit goes down. The next one on the chopping block is going to be snaking, and it's Omar who just does the damage. It's a triple kill for the support Muerta. And it is only Malrine, the last surviving member of Team Falcons, and they will hunt him, and it doesn't matter. Amar will just drop the G's. And that is going to be it. Our first team going in towards the grand finals of our MENA closed qualifier here for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur will be none other than PSG Quest.
Can't really put too much onto Malrine for that one. I mean, he did his job all throughout. 9-3-3 ending up that game, and unfortunately for Skidder and Amar, not a single kill between them. So It's certainly not the way that they were looking to round out this upper bracket final. But again, remember, this is probably going to be the rematch that we're seeing once the grand final does come around. So best of 5 coming through there. We know one of the teams that are going to be part of it in Quest Esports. You would have to imagine, based on the other matches that they've played so far, Team Falcon's probably going to be the second one joining them, but Quest just look on another level, both mechanically as well as their understanding of how these drafts can work. Like, we were 3 picks in, and we had no idea when any of these picks were going.
Yeah, it really did feel like their Quest kind of stepped it up in that third and final game. I think game number 2, they kind of were a little bit too cute with, the Nagasar and what have you in that kind of game, and they really did get outlaned quite hard by Team Falcons, and now they really stepped it up in the game number 3, and they wait in the grand finals. Team Falcons, though, they're going to be going up against Winter Bear again, which is a team that they 2-0'd pretty handedly in their other upper bracket series, so that is going to be our series that will determine the final team going in that best of 5 up against Quest. But Denog, it's been a wonderful day with us here in the I'm going to call it the studio for us casting on this channel to be able to cover.
What do you mean? I'm in Malaysia right now.
You are in Malaysia. I am in my actual studio in my house. So it is. I'm not all the way over in Malaysia, but it has been a fun time nonetheless. Even though it is currently now 6:45 in the morning, and I can definitely see the sun outside of my window. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us.
When are we back? 13 hours, I think.
Yes, it is 8 p.m. our time, which is 9 a.m. UTC. So
sure, let's go with that. And I think that's on ESL_Dota 2 Storm, I believe, is when we're going to see the remainder of the MENA qualifiers play out. Just 2 series left. One lower bracket final between Winter Bear and Team Falcons, and then Quest awaiting the winner of those in a best of 5 to see who is going to be the first MENA representative going to ESL 1 Malaysia. I'm hyped. There's $1 million dues on the line for the actual tournament, and well, we just have to wait and see who that team is going to be.
I know it's going to be very, very exciting, but that is all tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to take a quick nap here, and then hopefully we're back in about 16 hours to be able to give you guys a champion for this qualifier for ESL 1 at Kuala Lumpur. I've been Flick, he's been Danog. As always, stay safe, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys for the next one.
Still stand out, 'cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Late at night, I feel you on my skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out, 'cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's cover.